Ah, hello everybody. Oh, my YouTube Studio UI is still showing. Oopsie. I've got some stories. I'm excited for my Vampire Chronicle because I came up with some shit later in the campaign. I don't know if it'll be 2 sessions from now thing or 3 or more. Wow, that'd be good. Feel free to share. And Luca, thank you for the hydrate. I've got some coffee, but considering this is a hydrate, I'm gonna go for actual full water. Not that coffee doesn't hydrate you, but it's more in the spirit of drink specifically water. Welcome. Welcome. I hope you guys had a good weekend. I enjoyed TennoCon thoroughly. Gotta start stream hydrated, yeah. I need to do a display capture. Yeah. What the fuck? Why did that get moved? Okay. Yeah, I hope y'all had a good weekend. I saw all the reveals at TennoCon, and I have not felt as giddy for a series of updates to a game than since I was for Dawnguard, back when it was first announced in Skyrim, and I was 11 years old when that... Well, 2012. No, I was 13. What the fuck? Who drew on what? Hang on. I saw drawings. Why were there drawings? What the fuck? Why were there drawings? Oh, and also, Luca, I'm gonna ask you myself directly here, just cause I know Argent did, but also I just want to make sure I can get my own confirmation here. You are fine if you with joining in on us for reading Katawa Shoujo next time we do it, cause I've got like a fuck ton more streams to do for that. Cause if you are, then after the stream I'll make a group chat. I'd be so down. Awesome. You know, actually, because this is a stream that is a lot more of a matter of just chatting, I'm just gonna make one now. Yeah, I'm gonna put something in the group chat I have with Arjun and Sylphie, just to let them know. Warning, I am making a group chat for those of us that were interested in reading Katawa Shoujo. There we go. And then let's see here. Yeah, add the DM. Let's see here. Yeah, you, Argent, Sylphie. Oh, and apparently that's the first message you and I shared with each other. Cool. Okay, there we go. First ever message, let's go! Yeah, and it's a fucking group chat invite. That's silly. I love that. Okay. Cool. But we'll worry about figuring out when next week to arrange it, if it even can be next week. Because today, it is largely gonna be a two-part bit of stuff. With a little bit of, like, pre-doing stuff yapping. First of all, yeah, TennoCon this weekend, oh my gosh, I have not been this excited for things happening at a game since Dawnguard when I was 13. Because, for those that don't know, let me go to the Warframe Twitter. Let me go to the Warframe Twitter so I can show y'all. Warframe. Oh boy, we got a new Legends of Avantris short. Not animated, but still. Let's see react. So, yeah, this is the whole trailer for us. We are going to a whole new solar system. Tau. But here's the fucking thing. Tau as a system is what we have known to be home to the the more mechanical than biological special alien machines known as the Sentients. And fucking the story we are getting out of it is straight up cyberpunk noir. And the new Warframe we're going to be getting in this update is a fucking noir detective voiced by Matthew Mercer. Warframes don't talk unless it's the skin that turns them into the proto-frames, which are the humans that got given Warframe powers and everything here. So this is our first ever Warframe that talks. He is part sentient, part these special robots, and he is voiced by Matthew Mercer. And he is a fucking noir detective. And we are going to be going through a fucking cyberpunk noir. Like, it's so fucking awesome, dude. I'm so fucking hyped. I've not been this hyped, straight up, since Dawnguard's announcement. Does that say a lot about me? I don't know. But still. So Nara with the Vampire the Masquerade story. Named the woman in the video the coterie found. She was chosen by my totally not Mustang villain for his masterpiece. I have a plan for how to exposit the scene for them when they watch the final version of that film. She will have been turned into a new vampire and took on a new name, which the players have found already. They're going to get to meet her soon. Ooh. So what's the, whole what's the plan? What's the whole motivation and stuff with your Mustang insert for the story here? Considering you said, she was chosen for his masterpiece. Considering, she's turned into a new vampire, I can come up with some guesses, but I'm not sure. Oh yeah, we can also clear this. Okay. While you tell me that, we're gonna get down to business to defeat the Huns. Ha ha ha, I'm funny. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. So, let's see here. I did a lot of work in the crypt, but I realized I'm gonna have to... I already have that. Bell tower... Guest suite. Yeah, that's what we're gonna be having to... It's these upper rooms that my players may actually end up visiting, considering I'll show you guys where they are. Half the party is here, half the party is here. And there's definitely gonna be a lot of a confrontation happening here. There's still gonna be a lot of that. But they may decide to go up to the guest suite. They may decide to go up even further to see the witches. They may go up even further to find the heart of the castle. The heart of sorrow. Which, for those that don't know Curse of Strahd, the Heart of Sorrow is a giant crystallized heart that has an old dark god power, basically, inside of it. And Strahd, in the base module, no real explanation on it. You can do whatever you want with it. In Curse of Strahd Reloaded, It is a vital part to Strahd breaking free of Barovia. And that's what he's working towards, on top of trying to turn Irina into one of his thralls, but that's for the players to find out soon enough. I just realized, there's the heart of the castle. Looks fucking cool, doesn't it? She's a culmination of his ideal that suffering is entertainment, and that he is the master of entertainment in Seattle. And she has a similar but different worldview now. Suffering brings about your true self. Ooh, okay. So she so I take it then she... Yeah, she was chosen by Mustang. How exactly did she end up getting chosen in that way? Assuming that she's gonna be able to provide that information to the players, and you have therefore thought about it. Okay, so what is at the guest suite? This area is largely described... Oh yeah, I need to open up fucking my Roll20 game. I've got so many fucking tabs! Fuck me! But... There we go. Alright, open up the Roll20. Yes, Roll20, I'll fucking sign in. Yes. It's not been that long since I've logged out from you. What the fuck? What are you trying to do? Arcana Unleashed. Pre-order now. Nah. Nah. Yo-ho, a pirate's life for me. Okay, so... Spires of Ravenloft, I believe. Portrait of Strahd, okay. So, yeah, there's a Rug of Smothering and the Guardian Portrait, okay. Did I have anything written for this initially? Castle Ravenloft, Heist... I did have stuff at the guest suite. Cool. Right, I filled out the guest suite information specifically because at the time when I was prepping this, the adventure in... this was basically like, oh yeah, the vampire spawns are gonna grab the players, go up to the 3rd floor, and then they'll move to the... They'll move to the guest suite, and then Escher's gonna take care of the party member. But a thing that the fucking writer of Curse of Strahd Reloaded failed to recognize. Yeah, the fucking secret door here is closed. Yeah, because the body here is clutching a torch, which needs to be put in the sconce in order to open the secret door. Yeah. Since it was long as shit, I sent you the intended exposition for Scene 2 in DMs. Okay. Are you alright with me reading this out, or are you more wanting for me to just read this later? Cause, yeah, you sent two messages. Yeah. Yeah, two DMs. If you wanna, my players won't see it. Okay, fair enough. You arrive at the Eclipse Theater at the appointed time. Valets from Mercer Entertainment Group direct you straight to the theater room where a large projector screen takes up the stage. In the seating area, you see all the familiar faces. The Council of Primogen, the Prince and her Seneschal, the Harpies and the Keeper of Elysium, and Julian Mercer sitting beside Seraphine Vale in the same seat you watched her break down in on that film. So an opportunity for that co-reader to interact with the NPCs, choose your seats. Yeah, so part of this is also your note stuff. It's time to watch the film, the one you all had seen before. What you didn't know was, Your coterie only saw the rough cut of the final scene. The film begins on a black screen with white text. We have all destroyed lives. We have all manipulated mortals. We have all, every one of us, created suffering. The text fades out, then more text fades in. Few have the courtesy to make something beautiful of it. The text fades out again. More text replaces it. We all have at least one Evelyn. The text fades on the screen transitions, showing Evelyn Cross doing her thing, living her life happy. Then it shows a filmed recording of every tragedy that befell her. Evelyn getting the email that a grant has been revoked, her boyfriend leaving, her producer quitting, a break-in after the fact, her father leaving work, then a news report about the accident, then the final scene, as the coterie had witnessed it. At the end, the camera cuts. For the first time since we began the scene with Evelyn in the Eclipse Theater, you hear Julian. Not see him, just his voice. He asked Evelyn one question. Considering this is your Mustang stand-in, I'm just gonna voice it as if it were, Mustang.
Tell me, who did this to you?
I know it's not good, but, like that, Hawk. There's a long silence. She slowly looks into the camera, then smiles. A genuine smile. Her voice peaceful, almost elated. I did. As for perception alertness rolls, any who pass notice that Seraphine is crying at the scene, not sad, but moved to tears by the perceived beauty in her birth. Hard cut to black. The Empty Frame, a Mercer Entertainment Group production. The film keeps rolling, sitting at the final screen that says, featuring Seraphine Vale in her debut performance as Evelyn Cross. The room goes silent, and in the deafening silence of the room, Julian quietly speaks.
We all have at least one Evelyn.
He stands, slowly scanning the eyes of every kindred in the room, finally stopping, holding eye contact with Prince Ashcroft.
Mine just had the opportunity to become more.
There are whispers among the audience. Beautiful, says a harpy. Monstrous, says Rachel Ironwood, the gangrel primogen, disgusted. Effective, Margaret Holloway, the venture primogen, says. Not an admiration, not disgust. Like she watched a business proposal, and then the film burns, the same as the raw footage you had before. The Empty Frame asks its audience to face its sins, then burns away on its own. No evidence, no ability to unsee it. That's pretty fucking baller, I'm not gonna lie. That's really cool. That's really fucking cool. I can imagine. I don't know, like how much of a flair or like a panache you're gonna be putting into it, but yeah, no, that's pretty fucking sick. I'm so excited for that. I know that's really good. That's really good. Honestly, a thing like I don't know how much access you have to audio, but if I could, if you would like I could at the very least, like do some audio recording stuff and put it through a process, and maybe even like ask Arjun if she would want to voice Evelyn, quote unquote, for it, so that way, like it gives that authenticity of like a film being recorded for your players. And because it wouldn't be your and if it wouldn't be your voice, they'd be like, oh shit, hang on. I don't know if you're up for that, but if you think that would enhance that, use the twinks as a sacrifice. I don't know if Nara has any twinks in his Vampire the Masquerade game, but clearly the quote-unquote sacrifice is this one woman in relation to the villain. In theory, I could play something from my phone. I'm super down. Awesome. I'll bring it up to Argent when we are getting ready for Rogue Trader tomorrow. And I can record a voice line at any time and go put it through the audio process. And I can let Argent know she can record whatever she wants really quickly. Appropriately for that. If anything, just the only addendum, since you say you're down for that, is just like in the DM, so that way I'll remember it. Just say like what delivery you imagine in general. Like to confirm if I believe that this Mustang insert should actually sound like Mustang, and if Evelyn, what like tone of voice she's supposed to have, and then I'll let Argent know. Cause that's pretty fucking cool. Maple syrup coffee, dude. My favorite. Okay. But now that we've done that, let us get to prepping for Curse of Strahd. I at the very least need to get the rest of the top of the castle prepared, so that way in case they go up to the witches, I know what's going on there. I already know what's going on with Escher, but I also need to grab the Guardian Portrait and the Rug of Smothering. Rug. Yeah, animated Rug of Smothering. Evelyn, Seraphine is not a sacrifice. She's his masterpiece. She is also his favorite protege. Okay, yeah, then an inaccurate thing for me to say. It's really just the only thing I could say in relation to Plague saying, sacrifice the twinks. What's the token? It's about the same either way. How much is my computer actually doing right now? Nothing's going too massive. Let's see here. Get rid of that. Let's see here. We want to up the size to 1.3. What? Ball. And then, do I have the Guardian Portrait? No. So we need to grab the Guardian Portrait. Plutonium Import. Creatures. Guardian Portrait. Guardian of Gorm. What's that for? Quest from the Infinite Staircase. Huh. So yeah, Guardian Portrait. Actually, let's first look at the modifications that Dragna Carta suggests for it. Excellent fucking design there. Okay. Spedus. Counterspell, Crown of Madness, Hypnotic Pattern, and Telekinesis. Wow. Alright, Dragna, what do you suggest here? So, let's see here. The portrait can take up to 3 actions per round, only once per turn. The portrait gains the following reaction: Reflective Spellcasting. In response to being targeted by an attacker spell in response to a creature casting a spell that would place the portrait in an area of effect, the portrait can cast one of its spells known. Gains the feature Split Mind. Wow, okay. And it's otherwise the same. 22 hit points, 5 AC? I mean, fair. I mean, I guess. Yeah, he's not even saying give it more HP. So, at the very least, it'll have some reactions. So, reflexive spellcasting. What the fuck? Reflex. Oh. Just didn't look right. Core data, icons, magic, control. Another reason for Foundry. Another reason for using Foundry they have a whole like series of icons that you can use to denote like to get a visual indication of your abilities as they're segmented there, and also be like, yeah, no, like it also gives a little bit of an evocative flavor there, and I think that's just really cool. Guardian portrait. Take up to 3 reactions per round, but only once per turn, and those reactions can only be spent to cast a spell. And Split Mind. I guess perception. Sure. What did it say here? Portrait can concentrate on up to 3 spells at a time. If a portrait would lose concentration while concentrating on multiple spells, roll d4 and 3 or below. It loses concentration on 1 random spell it's currently concentrating on a 4. It loses concentration on all spells. Cool. This thing is gonna get absolutely fucking destroyed immediately. Probably taps into the horror I want in the world of darkness. Not the fear that the player character will die, not even spooky monster horror. That's some psychological horror stuff, because it's implied that Julian caused all of that suffering in her life, and then she thanked him for it. A line I have in mind for the Gangrel Primogen, if they speak to her, is, it's disgusting. The wolf shouldn't make the deer thank it for hunting it. Oh. That's a golden line right there. That's gold. That's excellent. I approve of that immensely. That's awesome. Okay. So let's see. Do I already have all of the guest suite level taken care of? I know I didn't have this, but... The trapdoor can easily be opened. Yeah, I already copy-pasted this. A black cat. I believe there's already art of the familiar room, though, right? No, there is not. Or is it already in Curse of Strahd? Lounge, closet, smokestack, rooftop, familiar room, 3 cats. I saw art for it. World of Darkness is cool as shit, baby. I really want to play World of Darkness. However, I'll say what I was gonna say about Mutants and Masterminds for later, because I've got Strahd to do. I've got Strahd to do, and I'll talk about Mutants and Masterminds when we get to that part. Because, but I'll at least say this: I have been really trying to learn how to play Mutants and Masterminds, so that way I can run it for my friends. Because Rex asked me to run an adventure for our play group while one of our players is away, so that way he can determine if he likes the sound of it for him to run a game in the setting of his novel series that he is writing. Very elaborate, I know. And so I agreed, because I was also curious in Mutants and Masterminds. And I've been learning how to play. And part of the way I was learning how to play to help them out, because I know character creation is very complex in Mutants and Masterminds, was I made a character. I just went through the process of making a character at a given power level to, so I know how I could come up with a power and then help the players figure out what kind of powers they want to have. And I ended up, and the intent for this character was to act as basically a faculty member, because it's basically going to be My Hero Academia in America. And I immediately fell in love with the idea of playing that character, and you'll see when we get to it. So, like, I wish I was just a fucking I wish I was a D&D channel, so that way I could just justify reaching out to as many fucking different TTRPG content creators at around my size, and like run games for them, like fucking Narrative Declaration and IOverse and everything. Cause that would be so fucking fun. I genuinely want to do that so much. I would also just love to be a player in one of those games, cause I've not gotten to be a player in a game that really emphasized showmanship thus far, and I would love to flex those muscles a little bit. Okay, but I already have this. Is that everything in the details here? Yes, sweet. Yes. It actually... Spires of Ravenloft. Because this is already so little here. Ooh, that was a crunchy neck. So let's see... Heading 3, so we now want to look at the Coven's quarters. Actually, no, heading 2, because that's the bigger one. Coven's quarters. Once sitting in the General's Tower for the contents of its highest floor before Strahd became a vampire. The familiar room was a guard post responsible for manning and supplying the tower roof. The element room was a map room and armory, and the cauldron room was the cauldron room hosted the living quarters of Kroval Mad Dog Grizzlek, who now lies in Crypt 38. I have not gotten to that yet. So, let's see here. The familiar room. Oh, the witches ambush people here. Excellent. Alright. Not block code. Heading 3. Element room. So, let's see here. Which is the element room? Element room is K55. Which, if we look here... This is K55. Alright. Element room. So what do you say is here? Area is largely described in the element room, however, a zombie stands silently at the center of the room. The zombie doesn't attack except in self-defense, or except as directed by the Coven. And the following to the end of the sentence. Rotting figure. If the players fail to prevent the black cat, yeah, there's the black cat, from alerting its mistress, the Coven has used the contents of the cauldron to transform the zombie into a weakened zombie plague spreader. And okay, so it's either a zombie or a zombie plague spreader. Quaffed their poison immunity and cast invisibility on themselves and spread themselves around the corners of the room. The witches attack as soon as the players fully enter the room. A player with a passive perception of 14 or greater enters the room, hears one of the invisible witches stifle a cough, as well as the rustling of unseen robes. I also recently watched an anime that I at first wasn't going to watch because from the outside it looks problematic, but I was convinced to give it a try and it was way less bad than I expected. Instead, it's adventures in Fantasy World War 1.5. What is this anime? The only World War themed anime I'm aware of is Yujo Senki, Saga of Tanya the Evil. And I guess post-World War with Violet Evergarden, but that one is most certainly not problematic in any way. At least I don't think so. Okay, so the Element Room. Cauldron... Where is the Element Room? It is 55. Lock quote. And then... Tanya the Evil Season 2 just started airing. Rex tried showing me Tanya, and I just didn't really jive with it. Cause like I don't know, like I'm not a fan of like regular military aesthetic. Oh, but look at you like 40k! Not the Imperial Guard. And just the whole attitude of the god that talks to Tanya, like, it's so fucking, like, obnoxious and hateable. Like, that may actually be the fucking point, but it's like, it's not the entertaining type of hateable to me, personally. And knowing that it's just, like, Tanya becomes a war criminal in every way, as far as I am led to believe from the outside, not really sold on it. I figured you'd dig the story of an atheist denying being, I assume X just means Christian. I appreciate that, but then, like, their atheism just is like, if I'm remembering correctly, their atheism is invalidated because they're like, fine, I will pray to you. And then, you know, and then she did magic and everything, and I'm just like, she calls it being X to its face. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's been like 2 years since he showed me. That's why I'm not remembering perfectly. But isn't it like, you know, she was like, yeah, okay, fucking fine, I'll pray to you, and then magic happened. Isn't that what happened? Coven is used the contents of the cauldron to form the zombie into a zombie plague spreader. If they are successful, add on the zombie's flesh is a smooth, sickly white. Its skin runs through the raised crimson veins. A faint cloud of reddish mist spills from its mouth and down onto the stone floor. I don't know how much you've seen it, but it's not Lolly Hitler. It's closer to Caiaphas Cain fights God. Okay. I mean, I'd never thought of Lolly Hitler. I just heard, well, I mean, people have said Lolly Hitler, and I'm like, oh, okay, so you're just using that as a shorthand to say war criminal. And I'm like, okay, whatever, I don't give a shit about actual fucking war crimes. I'm not up for playing a fucking evil campaign right now, guys. But if it's more of a matter of Caiaphas Cain fights God, then that's a much better way to frame it for me to actually give it another shot then. Because I was not sold on it for, like, I think, 4 or 5 episodes I was shown. Yeah, I was not sold on it with, like, the outside pretenses. But with that sounds better. Because, like, the whole plot is actually Tanya is actually just trying to fucking dismantle this shithead would-be deity, this warlock patron, more or less, and you know, like, she's just gonna commit war crimes in order to accomplish it, then that's far more intriguing to me, personally. Let's see here. Someone just also coughed. The witches. And 18 ambush. Players having taken poison, immunity potions, and cast invis. Hang on. Do I have the Barovian Witch? I do. What's their highest spell slot? What's their highest spell level? Second. Only to cast invisibility. Okay. Because I was about to be like, how much of a stretch it would be to give them greater invisibility could be really fucking mean, but no. She does some despicable stuff, but the reason for it is I want to have a cushy desk job, but I'm also a soldier in what is the equivalent of Germany, and I'm afraid of being court-martialed, so I gotta be the best soldier I can be. Okay, well that's... Now we're back to I'm not as intrigued there. 'Cause... like, if it's not a matter of, like, you know, it's a reverse crusade to dismantle this would-be god, then hell yeah. If it's a matter of, I don't want to be court-martialed, nah. Nah, I'm not down for that. That's Caiaphas Cain's whole story. I remember that he's got all, like, isn't it fair? I mean, but it's also, when I think about, you know, like, how Caiaphas Cain is, when you add in the, I'm gonna fight God, that's what really makes it sell. Like, Caiaphas Cain is just one thing there, but fighting God, that's where again, I'm happy for that. So there's that. Seven runes lines. 6 runes are made of simple lack of wood. 2 of the runes are brooms of inferior flying, and the other 4 brooms are brooms of animated attack. Alright, well, we can add the brooms there. In the manga and light novels, you learn it's not just the Christian god, it's all sorts of mythoses. Tanya's rival is honestly a really clever character. Better not paint my guy Odin in a bad light. Better have some fucking nuance if Zeus is involved there. Let's see here. Combat involves 7. Which is... and how many brooms of animated attack? 4 brooms of... and 4 brooms of animated attack. If the players catch cat familiar, or after the encounter is done, free. Explore the room as normal. Which is detailed below. And then we just insert a line. A player who searches the room and DC 12 investigation, DC 17 perception. Buh. Hey, Manpreet. Welcome. Yeah, the reason one thing I typically do when it comes to my D&D 5e DMing specifically here is because I wrote DC 12 investigation, DC 17 perception, which I'm copy pasting off of which I'm half copy pasting off of Curse of Strahd Reloaded, is because I want to incentivize people to realize the difference between investigation and perception, and my players are the types of players that investigation is a functionally worthless dead skill because it's just perception but different, and none of them have taken investigation, and they always just roll perception. So in order to teach them, hey, if you search something specific and you make an investigation check, the DC is going to be much lower than if you just say, I'm going to search and roll a perception check. And so far, they've been rolling good enough to where the perception check increased DC doesn't matter, but it's still the whole principle of it. It's just harder to notice something very specific than if you're looking in a particular area for something. Finds a 5e tools. Do you have just a thing for potions? Do you? The rival is the son of Anson Sio. I'm gonna say Sio because French and OUX, where they could have just done O. A soldier you may have seen in the episodes you watched. It's been 2 years, it's kind of hard to remember. The guy prayed that his daughter be successful in whatever she does. When she joined the army, her mother prayed she would be kept safe. And she prayed for the power to avenge her father, whom Tanya killed. 3 different gods blessed her, so she is thrice blessed. Who best to fight Tanya, the evil villain? Mary Sio. That's funny. Witty. I like that. Let's see here. Actually, no, we want to do 5e tools. Loot generator? Loot tables. Theme implements Arcana. Let's see here. Okay, so potion is here. So I just have to roll until I found a potion. Got it. It's French, pronounced Sue. Okay. And you see, this is why I fucking hate the French language. If it's meant to be pronounced Sue, why not just spell it phonetically? Why do we have to make it Sioux in terms of spelling French? Why? Why is it blah and not blanc? Like it's spelled. Randomly determined uncommon potion. Agree. Bow. Yeah. B-A-U-X. That spells bow. Instead, it's Bayux. In terms of spelling. There's two types of people I fucking hate when it comes to the creation of languages. The first is the French. Because of their fucking stupid spellings that people blame English for. No, it's the fucking French. Second, it's the Romanizers who took every single non-Roman script language and did not transcribe them phonetically. What do I mean by this? Best example, the letter Q when used for Romanized Chinese languages. Because from Genshin Impact, you would think that Q means cha. Therefore, Chi-Chi, or Kuching. But then my friend who actually speaks Cantonese says it's meant to be TS, like pizza. So it'd be Tsitsi, or Kutsing. And I would never have known. But neither of those is the letter Q in the Romanized version. And I had to look this up, and the reason it's the letter Q in these cases is because the level of usage Q has in Romanized languages versus the sound that is made in Chinese language is relatively the same, and that's why they went with it. And I say that's fucking stupid. I understand, your line of logic makes sense, but the actual result for that is you're not gonna be creating a language that is easy to learn between each other. You're making it deliberately harder. Cantonese and Mandarin are different languages, sorta. Yeah, I know. I understand that they are different here, but I'm still mad at the Romanizers that took the least common, the sounds in those languages that are relatively as used as the letter Q in Romanized languages, and made that sound the letter Q. And other such examples. I think Q is TS in Cantonese, and CH is Mandarin. That would make sense, considering my friend who speaks Cantonese said it's Tsitsi and Kutsing. Whereas, in Genshin Impact, they say Chi-Chi and Kuching. And, we typically think of the word Chi. But again... But I just hate the Romanizers who did that. I don't hate the Asian languages or even specifically the Chinese for it. I hate the people that Romanize their languages that way. Because you had the chance to spell them out phonetically, or have them be spelled out in the appropriate way for any given Romanized language. German, English, French even. And you chose not to. And you made it so much fucking harder to understand these other languages. And it pisses me off. Chemical ingredients. Yeah, I need to at the very least keep working a little bit. Let's see here. Are fitted with iron hinges. Characters who search the room spot prints and dust. Secret trapdoor in the northeast corner. Yeah, I've already instinctually noticed. I don't know. I get your ew, realistic military yucky, but most of what I like is the Caiaphas Cain shenanigans, and the magic system is interesting to me. And the writing is clever. Mary Sue is so clever. I gotta hand it that. Swole, Liam. Yallo. I mean, like, look. Bioshock Infinite did not age well. Oh. Well, what? Well, I intend to play it at some point. I'll play it again at some point to actually have my own opinion on that, but not voting well in that regard there. I got an ad break in a minute and a half. I do not have the YouTube stream linked because it's D&D prep. It's fine. It's fine. Okay. Secret trapdoor. I don't need to worry about that. Yeah. Definitely a window is left open. There is a chance for a vampire spawn. All in and investigate. Against the south window is a series of rooms. Some of which are animated attack. And how many of these are brooms of limited flying? 2 of the brooms. 2 of them are brooms of inferior flying. So we want to import a broom of flying and edit it. Actually, we also want to grab a broom of animated attack. Broom of animated attack. Let's just grab the animated broom from 2024. Did you know that racism is bad and that it can go both ways? Craziest stuff that Ken Levine. I also have a bit of athlete's foot on my big toe. Sucks, I guess. I don't know how to respond to that. Oh yeah, animated broom. One, two, three. Hello, Oriental Beach. Welcome. We're just doing some Curse of Strahd prep right now. Don't gotta worry about much. 1d4 plus 3 on a plus 5's a hit. That's nothing to sneeze at with 15 AC. Twitch wishes me to not speak of my ills. You know what? Understandable. Okay, so how's a broom of brooms of inferior flying? Okay. Let's see here. Broom of flying. So yeah, items, broom of flying, broom of inferior flying. Anyway, I'm gonna grab some antifungal stuff tomorrow because I think it's athlete's foot. Some weird itchy discoloration above my big toenail. Ugh, gross. Gross, dude. Okay, so we want to change this. First off, any effects? High weight, low weight. Yeah, limited uses, max 3. Recovery. Dusk. Recover. Custom formula. Recover 1. Activities. Activation. Consumption. Three. Oh, yeah. Wait, item uses. There we go. Target this item. There we go. Yeah, it's not activity uses, it's item uses. The human body is gross. What's the monster collab on Wednesday? Did I just put Monster and not Monster Hunter? No, I put Monster Hunter. So about every 2 weeks, Silver Witch and Azure Alex and I play Monster Hunter together because they wanted to play, because they wanted to play Monster Hunter. And I don't blame them. Monster Hunter's fun. And our big goal is to get them the Proof of a Hero title. Because I've already done it myself. It's pretty fucking hard. They have not yet gotten it. And there are several quests that you have to do in order to unlock the quest in order to even attempt to get that title. And so we are one quest away from unlocking that one. And then from there, we're going to be bashing our fucking skulls in for Proof of a Hero. And I, as much as I have fun with them, have no fucking faith that we're going to fucking do it. Dang, I think I got to get that one too. Yep. I don't know where you are in Monster Hunter, but once you are past MR 100, I believe, could even be higher, maybe not. Actually, not. Yeah, it's past MR 100, I think. There will be 3 optional, there will be 3 optional quests that should pop up for you, and it is to go into the desert, the oil well basin, and the forest, and you hunt 3 monsters, 2 of the apexes, and then 1 other monster, typically. And they're all tempered at 9-star, I believe. And because it's 3 monsters, their HP is lesser. So it's not that hard solo. Multiplayer. And game closer to HR 200 or so. Oh, and yeah, you most certainly have those quests available. And then once you do all those, you unlock Proof of a Hero. And you unlock the quest to earn Proof of a Hero, which is you gotta fight every single Arch-Tempered in the game. Not at the same time, necessarily. It's one after another. But if you don't take long enough to kill one, the next one's gonna spawn. Is it a 4 Arch-Tempereds? Yep. It goes Raydao, Uthuna, Nu Udra, and then... and then Arkveld. And while the other 3 Arch-Tempereds all seem to have their HP adjusted accordingly to having 4 monsters in the quest, AT Arkveld doesn't appear to have his HP altered. At least it didn't fucking feel that way. That you are given 50 minutes to complete that quest. I did it in 45. Silver really needs to learn to offset with Insect Glaive. She likes being aerial Insect Glaive. Volcana, Arch-Tempered, PTSD flashbacks. I never played Iceborne, so I would not know. But yeah, Silver just likes being aerial Insect Glaive. It's less damage, but it's more fun for a lot of the people that like Insect Glaive for that reason. So, eh. Okay, but what is the Broom of Inferior Flying here? Let's see. A Broom of Inferior Flying has 3 charges and regains 1 charge daily at dusk. Creature standing astride the broom can speak its command word and spend 1 charge to cause it to gain the properties of Broom of Flying for 10 minutes. While activated this way, the broom has a flying speed of only 30 feet, or 15 feet, while carrying over 200 pounds. Yeah. Rooms of flying belonging to the Witch Coven of Raven Loft are enchanted with mild sentience and are only loyal to the witches of that coven. When a creature attempts to ride the broom, begins bucking and rolling uncontrollably once it is ridden at least 20 feet above the ground, and this ready to the rider's turn, it must succeed on a DC 10 strength save or plummet to the ground. Once it has removed its rider, the broom then attempts to fly back to its rack in the castle. Threatens to destroy or harm it, comment for or pistol, and succeeds on a DC 10 intimidation check. Also ceases attempt to throw the rider off his 5 consecutive strength throws. The broom then suddenly reduces its fly speed to 10 feet for the duration of the flight. I love that. I mean, fair, but it'd be a good defensive tool. It absolutely would. But, I mean, I'm already grateful enough that Silver is actually fully willing to learn how to play the game and actually learn to optimize. It's just that she still also has a playstyle that she wants to stick to. Unfortunately for Encyclave, the fun is in the air and the damage is on the ground. Yeah. Yeah. I remember in World, I remember doing a lot of good damage with Encyclave against Xeno'jiva. FYI, I had to switch off my main charge blade to use dual blades to beat it with like 29 seconds left. Yeah, no, that's kind of my situation as well. Like, I describe myself as a greatsword main, but just for like how fucking hard some of this endgame content is, it just feels like it's so much more doable with dual blades. Does that make me a filthy casual? I'll let everybody else decide. I'll let other people decide on that. I don't feel bad about switching to dual blades for really, really hard content, but I do wish I would be using greatsword a little bit more. She can still kind of do big number. Encyclave has the big move that spends all your extracts. I don't know all of its moves, so Activate broom, effect. Oh yeah, we want to effect. Changes, movement, fly. Okay. And then low, high weight, low weight. Okay, so yeah. High weight as in, like, you're weighing it down a lot. 15. And then this, 30. I realize now I'm not showing you guys Foundry, but it's fine. Two of them are Broom of Inferior Flying. We'll put that in special items. I thought oh yeah, I need to tap back it. Okay, apparently. As soon as I thought I was gonna have to do something, nope. It just decided to be mean to me. Okay, what's up with the familiar room? However, the door to this chamber is ajar, as is the door to the chamber beyond. I can't really do ajar now, can I? Just aren't automatically alerted to the player's presence. Here. The players fail to prevent the blank cat. Okay. So I guess we're gonna just quickly grab cat. Catto. Do I have the stairs ascending? I don't. Bitch. Walls. Yeah, you know, it's fine. Okay, so region. again, I can't wait for... Well, I mean, by the time DM Andy fucking remakes these maps for Foundry, I'd really... Oh my gosh, dude. This is the one thing where I suck at streaming prep, because I keep trying to, like, flip between one thing and another. So we want to make a region here. And we want to make it an elevator. Levels. Hello. Elevator to 191? Yes, 191. To 191. Okay, and then behaviors. Uh-oh, don't do that, don't do that. Stop. Stop. Bitch. Yeah, that got rid of both of them, cause I'm a big ol' fucking dumbass. Hang on, just delete, so I can copy paste the fucking elevator thing. Cause this is an elevator. Copy paste the behavior. What this is for those that would consider using Foundry VTT, there's this module. Okay, well. Anybody who's considering using Foundry VTT that is not already installed at this point now, you'd be using version 20. You'd be using version 14, whereas I'm on version 12. So I'll tell people about what things used to be like. Someone made a module called Levels, which allowed you to stack multiple layers of a map on top of each other. So this is why Castle Ravenloft in all of its levels is on one map, and my players don't have to worry about that. And it has a function called Elevator. And you can make regions that act as stairs, which is why you see all these regions here. And they can even be used as elevators, so players can decide on what floor they want to go to. And that's what I'm doing here. Click away from that. Hey, ya boss. Hey, Hydra. Welcome. Oh, me TTRPGs. Yeah, specifically we're preparing Curse of Strahd right now for my home group. So we want this to be an elevator. Elevator. Up to 191. And then behaviors. Region event, so 131. Guest suite. And then 171. Spire level 2. And then 191 roof. So now we have this cat, move onto it. Spire level 2, guest suite, roof. Excellent. I love Foundry modules. I would also love to update to version 14, but so much of this game is fucking hard-coded to only be working on version 12 right now. It actually fucking breaks if I update it to version 14. Ugh. That's the last of the coffee, and that hit of maple syrup at the end. Ah! Maple syrup coffee. Y'all gotta fucking have some. So, okay. Yeah, let's just grab a zombie. Which is just fucking out in the open. And a potential zombie plague spreader. And then witch. We'll just put the witch. Actually, yeah. We don't know if they're gonna be alerted or not. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I said the funny number, guys. I said the new funny number. Wow. Aren't I a funny guy? Okay, so what's up with the familiar room? The familiar room. So let's see here. Headings. Familiar room. Yeah, low ceiling on this. So. I remember seeing art for this. I think I know where I saw it. I think I know where I saw it. Ah, yep, there it is. Triggers. Images. Shown image. Actions. Yeah, okay, that's the stuff there. Yeah, okay, that's where I saw the art of the fucking cats. Okay. I'll show you. Yeah, this was a module for all of Castle Ravenloft that I downloaded, and it had a whole bunch of its own flares that I did not appreciate, so I had to get to work with my own stuff. Okay, but the cats do see... Okay, so the cats... Okay, so... Modules, Dungeon Lab, Castle Ravenloft, Assets, Artwork. Okay. Sanctuary. Seriously, I fucking love this track from Salt and Sanctuary. That game fucking sunk its claws into me, dude. It sunk its claws into me fucking hard. I fucking love Salt and Sanctuary. Okay, so yeah, we already copy-pasted that. So we actually do want to include the From the Dark Shadows Amid the Rubble. 3 pairs of green eyes stare back at you. The 3 cats are familiars to the witches' coven who reside on this floor. But they don't alert them. Yeah. If the players fail to catch the black cat from down below glow in these cats' eyes is the witches looking through them. So we just want to grab another cat. Another cat. And we'll have the third cat here as well. And we even have some art to show the players. So, modules. Castle Ravenloft, assets, artwork, cats. Yeah, because, like, ain't no fucking way am I gonna miss out on showing my players like this. This is admittedly really fucking good art. It's a solid game. I'm a fan of the aesthetic and the studio's art style. Shame they kind of won't make more. They are a married couple who made those games, and they ain't married anymore. Wait, really? That was actually the case. That was the case with Salt and Sanctuary. I did not realize that. I know they made Salt and Sacrifice afterwards. Ska Studios. Salt. Only 42 hours in it, by the way. Not a long game to platinum. Store page. Yeah, Ska Studios. Salt and Sacrifice. I would also love to play this game. So, a married couple that is no longer married. The previous games were Dishwasher, The Vampire Slayer, and Charlie Murder. Yeah. You can tell they really had a style they wanted to keep locked down. The grunge was great. Yeah, I fucking loved the grunginess of Salt and Sanctuary. Okay, so that's that. And what's left is the Cauldron Room. Charlie Murder was a hella good beat 'em up. Okay, okay. It's your Cauldron Room. So what's different here? However, replace the reference to green glowing wisp of steam in the area to red. What is the significance of it being red? Oh yeah, there's also Diavola. Okay. But it is basically the same. Which is Sonic Prince very creative this way. Is loyal first to Strahd, second to Rahatin, third to Strahd's consort, last of the witches created. Unless ordered otherwise, the plague order attacks any non-undead on sight. Okay, so first off, Cauldron Room. So what's the flavor text here? This doesn't describe below. Yeah, it does not matter for it to be red, it seems. So raised. Sickly green. Ferment mist special spell. Okay, so. Okay, and then copy paste that, and then if the witches are alerted to the player characters, block quote. Yeah, they just said the fucking cauldron's red for some reason. I don't care. And is anything different? Replace them with specific stat blocks to detract them in fire. Ludmilla is also present alongside the witches. If combat breaks out, Ludmilla prefers to lure any enemy combatants up the offstair toward the tower roof, where she can more easily use the open air battlefield to her advantage. Oh my gosh. The players may actually fight Ludmilla. Oh, okay. Why is that a concern to me, you may ask? Because it's twofold. One, on the third... Oh, they fucked? Oh, no. It's not just a matter of they're fucked. So, yeah, so it's a couple of things together. So first of all, this is the floor the party is currently on, the third floor. And one of the brides, Anastasia Karolova, is here. And she is one of the brides of Strahd. She's kind of like the psionic rogue type character. She is to show up when the players find Gertruda in this room. The door's locked, but once they start speaking with the Gertruda, Anastasia is supposed to come in, and then a fight breaks out. So first of all, the party could be split. They could very well be split. And that's already really fucking bad news, because Anastasia is accompanied by skeletal knights, which have this ability called Enervating Blade. I just realized I have not been showing you guys. Hang on, I'll show you again. So yeah, this is the floor the party is currently on. They are split right now. They cannot get to each other unless this group here opens the two secret doors behind the fireplace to get into here. They will not be able to rejoin together. That's already a big problem. But Anastasia here, one of the brides of Strahd, she is to show up when the players start talking to Gertruda, right here. The door is locked, so they're not going to be talking to Gertruda immediately. But, knowing my players, and the fact they don't know about the secret door here, they are incredibly likely to, as part of searching through the study here, going to unlock this door, gonna talk to Gertruda, gonna fight the wolf, which belongs to another player character, but is dominated by Strahd, but they don't know that, so they're gonna probably kill it. So yay. And then Anastasia is gonna come in with her skeletal knights, which I will now show you. They have an ability called Enervating Blade, which says, on a hit, if the target is a creature, it can't regain hit points until the start of the skeletal knight's next turn. And if the party is split, and they are already drained, them being restricted on hit points is really fucking bad. So, that's already bad enough news. But let's say the party does reconnect, and then they fight Anastasia. Nobody's probably gonna die. But then, because they skipped an encounter with one of the other brides on the bottom floor, like on the ground floor, they're not gonna fight Ludmilla. Both of these brides have two phases, by the way. Ludmilla's first phase is just like, oh, I can cast spells really good. But her second phase is a lot nastier. Because she's got this action called Mist Shards. She calls a dart of toxic mist, and on a hit, the target takes piercing damage and necrotic damage, and they must succeed on a Constitution saving throw or lose one hit die. As in, lose one bit of healing from their next short rest. And in the case of the Warlock, because of Homebrew, less spells to cast. She can also asphyxiate. Okay, hang on. Poison Burst doesn't have a DC on it. 1 second. Oh, 1 second. Intelligence. There we go. She can also asphyxiate people and do an AoE Poison Burst. So, yeah. Yeah, they very well might be fucked. I even asked last week when I last hung out with them last Thursday, because we still are just hanging out even when we're not playing D&D. How desperate would you guys be to try and get along? My Cosmere pilled ass was scared. Mist Shard. Oh! I mean, you still should be fucking scared if she hits you with her Mist Shard. Because, you know, you can lose a fucking hit die. Even the big name D&D games aren't afraid to absolutely fuck up a party. Yeah, remember, this isn't not core Curse of Strahd. This is Curse of Strahd Reloaded by someone who's renowned in the Curse of Strahd community. And I also am giving my own little bits of adjustments to make more interesting encounters, because I also give my players a lot of really powerful homebrew. I started them at a higher level, consequently they are at a higher level than what Reloaded even expects them to be at when they're at this point here, and a lot of other things. So I am challenging them. I'm challenging them really fucking hard. But I did specifically say, yeah, how desperate would you guys be to actually try and get a long rest in order to, like, while also risking for Strahd to show up in the morning and then be in the castle, and then you have to be concerned about that. No DM should aim to kill the player characters. They should aim to challenge them and not be afraid to kill them if that's how it plays out. And that's exactly what I'm doing. Because, like, I'll let you know what changes I have made. I will let you know what is core, what is Curse of Strahd Reloaded, and what is my own adjustment. So, with where the party currently is, them being separated, that is already just straight up core Curse of Strahd. The party can get separated by this elevator trap. The party can also get into the treasury where these three players are and find a lot of really good magic items. It is also in core Curse of Strahd for these secret doors right here to be closed. It is also core Curse of Strahd for Gertruda to be here. It is Curse of Strahd Reloaded for the brides to actually be anything more than just vampire spawn, and actually have abilities and second phases and everything there. It is my adjustment specifically for Ludmilla in her second phase to drain the player's hit dice. Because in Curse of Strahd Reloaded, the Mist Shards just do some damage, and I don't think that's very interesting. It is in Curse of Strahd Reloaded, Anastasia is accompanied by 4 whites. I decided whites, they've already fought whites. Whites are not that interesting. What else would actually be fitting for what the brides could control and would make the fights a lot more challenging? Skeletal Knights, because of their enervating blade. And I decided this before they got into the castle. Now, granted, because the party is split, I should probably, if I want to challenge them but also not kill them, get rid of these 2 skeletal whites here that will be flanking. Because, yeah. It's already going to be rough enough if this separated group fights Anastasia, it's gonna be actually lethal if... It's actually gonna just straight up fucking kill them if they get flanked by these two whites here. Well, these two knights. So I'm probably gonna cut those. And then if they rejoin... Yeah, if they rejoin... And if the party rejoins before this encounter happens, then awesome. Oh, but to think that the party's gonna just back to back to back fight all of the brides, because their objective is to rescue Gertruda, rescue a werewolf's mate, get a spear, get a holy item, rescue a PC's wife. That's their objectives. Nothing about their objectives is really going to be leading them further up into the castle. However, I don't fucking know my player. I know my players, and I know that I can't necessarily predict entirely what they're going to do. For all I know, they are going to decide, hey, why don't we actually go up and check out that heart? Or, hey, I remember there being witches up there. How about we kill them? They could just do that. And then they're going to run into Ludmilla, and then it's probably going to be, and then they're going to be in the most dire of straits. Or, and if they don't do that, and they're gonna just be like, alright, let's do our objective, and they're gonna go down. They're gonna fight Ludmilla. Look. You see how it's spelled. It's Ludmilla, but Ludmilla sounds better. So yeah, like, they could fight all three brides back to back to back. Or they could just fight Anastasia. And then Valenta, because because if they don't go up, they're gonna be going down. And if they go down, I know exactly where they're going to go down, and they're gonna fight Valenta, and I already have that prepared, and that's gonna be easy for me. Whereas if they go up, I genuinely think that if they, they're less likely to actually. Considering the traps, they may actually die. I'm worried for their lives, but also at the same time, the only punches I'm gonna pull is probably just these two skeletal knights. That's about it. But once they get these magic items, and they're very, very likely gonna take a short rest. That's to where no punches are gonna be pulled. They're rested. They spent their resources as they did. They got back whatever they could, and we're gonna see how they handle it. But okay, so in the cauldron room, Ludmilla could possibly be here. Let's see here. So the next thing we want to do is clear this out real quick. So there's Hex Witch, Bog Witch, Storm Witch. So duplicate. I consider pulling a trap if they lose too many resources without opportunity to fix that. That's fair, because I already talked about this a little bit during my last prep, but I don't know how much people heard. But you see how it says T1, 2, 3, 4, 5 here? These are all traps that in base Curse of Strahd teleport you into one of these jail cells in the dungeons. Not that dramatic, not that major. Whereas in Curse of Strahd Reloaded, you get teleported to a specific torture device in this room here where Valenta is. And yeah, so if they step on trap 1, which if they don't look for traps, I'm gonna have Esmeralda advise they look for traps as they go down, because I don't want them to just walk in stupidly and think that I'm being a dickhead to them. But even then, they're still very likely gonna walk on these traps. Trap 1, they're gonna get put in Iron Maiden. Trap 2, they're gonna get put on the rack. Trap 3, they're gonna get put in a Brazen Bull. Trap 4, they're gonna get put on a breaking wheel. And if they... And trap 5, they're gonna get put into Scavenger's daughter. Valenta was the hot one. Yes? Yes. She is the hot one. The one that is drawn very sexy. She's also the crazy, sadistic one who I made the Bone Turner. With the Bone Turner's bloodlust. Like, the way the encounter just nuked the party at this point. Like, damn. They need to be careful. They are deep in enemy territory. And I said she can turn my bone. Like, they have an NPC companion who's very they got a crazy opponent and death traps out the wazoo. Yes! Because this is the fucking torture chamber in the dungeons of the castle. And Valenta is the sadistic one. So she's just waiting for them here because they actually know the party should be here. Do they know where they are? No. But they have set precautions in place. Such as these traps. And they do have Esmeralda de Avenir, their competent NPC ally fighting with them, who's gonna tell them, we should look for traps, so that way they can at the very least look for traps and not spring every single one of these immediately and think that I'm just being a dickhead. Is this not the end of the campaign almost? Like, culmination of everything type shit? No! This is halfway through! Well, it's a little bit over halfway. Because let me show you. In Curse of Strahd Reloaded, it's broken up into arcs. There's multiple locations in Curse of Strahd they still have not gone to, and I would still want them to go to those locations, even if I wasn't running Reloaded. Like, there's the Amber Temple and everything there. I'm much less interested then. Well, they've got a lot of shit they need to do here. They have several people they need to rescue, and there's several items they need to retrieve. All of this so that way they can actually make the fight with Strahd even possible. This campaign has been going forever. It's been going on for a year and a half. I expected it to be no longer than... I expected it to be... That I've been doing that bi-weekly. We could actually probably be done if I've been running this weekly. But we've not. It's been bi-weekly. I was trying to get it to happen weekly before one of our players is gone for August. But one of our players last week was like, nope, I want to play Wuthering Waves instead. And next week is when we're going to be playing. And the week after that, one of our other players already has prior commitments because he was under the assumption of the bi-weekly thing. And then on the 30th, our player that's leaving, he's leaving for August because he's going on a cruise. So, and that's why I'm even, like, being able to run Mutants and Masterminds. It's because of that. If we had been playing weekly this entire time, we would probably be done. Because they're over halfway finished. Because there is a total of V, W, X, Y, Z. There's 21 arcs in this game. They're on P out of U. So they've got to finish this, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, in terms of arcs, they are 75% of the way through. In terms of sessions, we're about halfway. Because in the Ravenloft heist, because as part of the Ravenloft heist, they have to rescue Gertruda as request of one of the members of the court. They have to rescue Emil, the husband to Zuleika, one of the werewolves, because then the werewolves are going to be... Zuleika's going to help have the vampires help them. Well, Zuleika's going to have the werewolves help the party in the final battle. And then they need to get the Skull of Argynvost, so that way they can light the beacon, and just give everybody a buff, and inspire hope in Barovia. And then Trials of the Mountain, they're going to be getting to the Amber Temple. That's one of the most famous locations to the Curse of Strahd campaign. They still need to go there. And then they're gonna get the Sun Sword there, which is why it says Sword of Sunlight. And the Sun Sword is one of the most instrumental parts of taking down Strahd. And that the Three Thanes, this is a community thing. This is not even Dragna Carta necessarily. They just made a whole aspect about it where they have to break these spirit shackles that Strahd has. And Dreams of Dawn is the final battle. Like, there's still lots for them to do. Okay. But back to the Spires of Ravenloft. Brrr. Okay. Cauldron Room, Cauldron Room, Cauldron Room. Oh yeah, we were making variants on the Barovian witches. So, copy. So we want this to be a Barovian Hex Witch. And then, so we just want to do Hex Witch. Give the token a tint. Make it purple. And then okay, it already changed the alphabetizing. I was like, where the fuck is it? Where the fuck is Magnus? And then Bog Witch and Storm Witch. Oh yeah, they have potions of healing on them, so the party's gonna at the very least be a little bit better off. Bog Witch. And then we give you Bog Witch. And then we give you a green, we make you green for an amazing reason. And Storm Witch. Storm Witch. Storm Witch. And then we make you blue, double D double die. So the Hex Witch is a Barovian Witch with the following spells prepared. So Mage Hand, Prestidigitation, Chill Touch. Chill Touch. Okay, what do we not have in here? You already have Ray of Sickness on them. Tasha. Don't have that. Blind. Nope. Blindness, Deafness. Invisibility. Yeah, they all already get invisibility. Misty Step. Okay, Misty Step is here. Okay, so I was never a fan of Curse of Strahd, so most famous area in Curse of Strahd doesn't sound incredibly appealing to me. I was just getting into the excitement of end of campaign stuff and looking forward to future campaign prep things. No big deal though. Glad you're having fun with it. Yeah, I mean, like there's gonna be more whenever I either have a shit ton of work I need to do, editing or D&D wise, or if I am just out of ideas for what to do for a stream. The reason I'm not doing Final Fantasy XIV right now, even though I would want to, is because I'm mainly actually waiting for my Twitch paycheck to come out, because yesterday was when is like the Twitch checks if I have enough money sort of thing here, and then, like, it takes 2 to 3 days for them to actually send me that money, which I am due to get $65, so gonna be finally getting a haircut since March, and I'm gonna be renewing my Final Fantasy sub, and then we'll be doing Final Fantasy 14 as a stream activity. Stream activity. I don't know why I decided to just make that sound sussy. But I mean, like, there's gonna be plenty more campaign prep to do as well. In the future. Tasha. Tasha's hideous laughter. What's the difference here? Yeah, Tasha's hideous laughter. Chill touch. Ah, of course. They made chill touch in 2024, but they removed the undead have disadvantage against you thing there. How uncool. Blindness, deafness. 120 feet in 2024. Holy shit. That's insane. Infestation. Ice knife. Still safe for none. Blat. Ice knife. Catapult. I love me catapult. Catapult's a fun spell. Cloud of daggers. Is Cloud of daggers already imported here? Cloud of... Nope. Cloud of daggers. Cloud of dagger. Misty Step's already here. Shocking grasp. Cool, it's already there. Prestidigitation. Ray of Frost. I believe I already imported Ray of Frost, didn't I? Yeah, I did. Cool. Witch Bolt. Witch Bolt. Witch Bolt. Featherfall. Melf's Acid Arrow. And then import just all of them spells. Imagine playing Final Fantasy 14. 120 feet is bullshit. Yeah, no, that's an insane buff for blindness, deafness they did there. That's insane. Wizards of the Coast really was just like, hey, how about you snipe with some debuffs? That's fucking ridiculous, man. Especially if you do distance spell as a sorcerer? God damn. Okay, so what does the Hex Witch have? So... Cheated touch. Tasha's hideous laughter, ray of sickness. Okay, cool. So we just get rid of sleep. And then blindness, deafness, misty step. Blindness, deafness. Misty step. Drag it in. There we go. Okay. So that's the Hex Witch, then the Bog Witch. That actually does just sound, you know, like a fucking, like, specialty sandwich shop, like, special. Hey, let me get a Bog Witch! So your Mage Hand, Prestidigitation, Infestation instead of Ray of Frost. Infestation. Did I not... That's creatures. Okay. Infestation.
Infested.
And then Ice Knife and Catapult. So just get rid of all of these. Mix it in. Ice Knife. Ice Knife. Catapult. Oh, we already had Catapult here. Cool. We're gonna have an ad break in about a minute and a half for those of you on Twitch. Cloud of Daggers. Misty Step. And then Storm Witch. Mage Hand, Shocking Grasp, and Ray of Frost. Shocking Grasp. So... Witchabolt. And then Featherfall. Mel's Acid Arrow and Misty Step. Misty Step. Okay. So what did it say here? So with two, okay. Coven is comprised of Milla, who will be here if the players never encountered her on the first floor. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Levels. And 7 witches containing bog witches, hex witches, and storm witches. So how much does it? How many does it say here? 2 hexes. Yeah, 2 hex witches. 2 bog witches. They're green for an amazing reason. And 3 storm witches. Gotta love color coding your fucking monsters. Oh yeah, just fucking... There we go. Cool. So... the witches that dwell in this area, this one has a strong service, actually for arcane power. Let's see here. The cauldron is touched by someone. Who else speaks the proper command words? Gora! It magically heats the liquid. Magically heats the liquid. It's hot for 3 hours. Command word. Capture witches will trade information in exchange for their lives and freedom. Can be
forced to divulge command or to activate and deactivate the cauldron. Each which carries a potion of healing and a potion of poison immunity. One of the Storm Witches is Diavola, leader of the Coven, who wears pewter earrings. Okay, so Diavola. Okay, so NPCs, named not major. So we want to duplicate another fucking Storm Witch. We need it. We do a lot of duplicating around here. Drag this down. And then Ballet. Lud Diavola, Ludmilla's apprentice. Change the portrait. I have a lot of B's in this name, I realize now. Wait. I gave it another name, didn't I? Because I know I fucking put a token here. There's a lot of fucking token art I have, god damn. Yeah, you saw a little bit of all of Strahd's forms. There we go. Witch. So now I know where to look. Tokens, Witch. Diavola. Appearance, no tint. There we go. And she's supposed to have how much? 28 hit points? I'll say 27, because that's the max out. So 27 hit points. And then Potion. Potion of greater healing. Potion of healing. Ooh. And then on her first turn, okay. And yeah, it doesn't really say there's much treasure here. Making refried beans for dinner? I'd say nice, but I'm still not overall super used to beans. Like, I need to get more used to beans for me to say nice, because I've not really liked beans as a kid. I know. Child.
not like beans. I'm slowly getting used to them. Slowly. That's why refried beans are nice, because they blend it up. That's fair. I had the idea to do some form of meal prep. Like, make refried beans, ask my parent, and then get a $5 rotisserie chicken from Costco, mix up the chicken and the beans, wrap it in my carb-balanced tortillas, which have 20 grams of fiber, by the way, and make some, basic high-protein, high-fiber burritos for meal prep. Which I think I really should just do anyways. I've not had to roll a burrito since my time at fucking Chipotle, and my attempts to do so since then have been fucking ass. Okay, but this is the Coven's room here, so gotta have cheese. Obviously, you gotta have cheese. What kind of fool do you take me for? Not having cheese. What kind of fool do you take me for? You always gotta have cheese. Let's hear portion. Poison. Resistance. Potion of poison resistance. Poison immunity. Immunity. Hey, it fucking worked. And then changes. And then immunity poisoned. Poison damage. And you are immune, being poisoned. There we go. What if I made it... what if I made it... Oh yeah, we'll do that. There we go. Alright, so the only thing for me left to prep for the entirety of Castle Ravenloft is music for combat, and, like, for the brides, and the remainder of the crypts. Past that point, all of Castle Ravenloft is fully prepared. But, but considering where my players are, what they're going to be doing, I don't need to worry about prepping the rest of the crypts tonight. Instead, we can move over to, learning some mutants and masterminds. So, let's see here. Return to setup. And this is something I've been excited to do as well. So, first off, let's get some music. Still probably my favorite My Hero Academia opening, Peace Sign. So, I don't have a map right now or anything here, but we are going to be doing a little bit of learning mutants and masterminds. Let's see your tabletop. I need to spread my wings out and fly. With every issue, I gotta break through. Or the moment might just pass. They all told me I can. They were laughing. Oh, look who's laughing. I fucking love this song. But yeah, Mutants and Masterminds. We're actually gonna be... I'm gonna be adding a source capture for PDFs. Let's see, our Heroes Handbook Deluxe Edition. Let's see your window capture. PDF reader. I already have a PDF reader one? Oh, okay, hang on. Ah, okay, there it is, so... There we go. Yeah, so... for those that don't know Mutants and Masterminds, this is a D20 RPG. This is a D20 RPG that is... Yeah, this is a D20 RPG that is modeled a lot after D&D 3.5, with having a very diverse character customization and floating math, as opposed to D&D 5e, which is less floating math and more raw numbers there. However, a really cool thing about it is that it is a... Yeah, however, a really cool thing about it is that it is a classless system, to where you have a set amount of power points that you spend to increase your ability scores, your skill checks, as well as gaining feats and powers. And you can make any fucking power. Any power. In this system. Now why am I even doing it on stream here when I'm pretty sure no one here has read these books? It's because it's a matter of both teaching helps you learn, and also for me to have at least make one NPC at a time for the faculty that my players are going to be meeting, because the adventure that I am thinking of is My Hero Academia in America, and they are going to be taking they're going to be like taking the entrance exam, having a little school adventure, and then after that we should be done after August. So that's just my general idea. And the whole reason for this is because my friend Rex asked me to run this for him, because he was curious about it as much as I was, and he wanted to see if it would fit his setting, to where powers are basically a psychic manifestation of a particular word, such as follow, lightning, two even, or weak, which can even involve the weak force, as he says. And after having watched a lot of videos on how to play the game, and after making a hero so far, I've made one character so far, I can confidently say that yes, it'll absolutely work. But I still have practice to get through, so that way I can actually help my players make characters. And I also need to fill up my fucking faculty sheet, so that way they actually have NPCs to talk to. I also need to have other fucking would-be heroes for them to have banter with and compete against. So, we're gonna be looking to make at least one hero tonight. We're gonna be looking to make at least one hero. And I want to show you guys one that I have made so far that I really like. So, her hero name is Frankencure, and I gave her the quirk of Frankenstein, or Graft. And the way Mutants and Masterminds works is that you don't say, my power does this, that, and the other thing, therefore, it results in this. No. The way the... Hear me out, Deku, but with a Glock. My Hero Academia if Deku had a gun. But yeah, so... Mutants and Masterminds does not work off of your power does this thing and therefore ends up in this result like D&D does. No. Instead, you choose effects. You choose the end result of what your power does, and you modify it in various ways, and then via the game saying, description carries this heavily, therefore lets you explain how your power works. So, with Frankencure here, who I've named Victoria Franklin, I am original, you can see she's got a lot of stitching on all different parts of her body, she's got the diodes on either side of her head, and she has 6 arms. Deku with a Glock means that middle school would be aired out. You're cool. You're cool. Don't come to Alder. Oh yeah, you're cool. Don't come to Alder tomorrow. But yeah. So I looked at her art here and I immediately was like, this seems like a fitting character to have as a quirk. Especially considering she's got that like little anime flair here. So, the way you determine a lot of things in Masterminds is that you spend power points to buy out stuff for your character. And there's ranges for like to measure how good a character would be against another or against an average person. And I've already allocated her ability scores. We know D20RPG rule sets and everything there. One thing about Mutants Masterminds, though, is that it doesn't have HP. Instead, you roll a toughness test. Yes, toughness. In order to not suffer a debuff when you take damage. And the DC is based off of the damage you took. But if you fail, you get an incrementally increasing you get an increasing penalty to your toughness test against future bits of damage you take in because you're getting worn down. That's basically an HP system, but not really. However, the main thing here that really fucking got me to like immediately get excited about this game and even this character that I made, Frankencure, is because of a few powers I gave her. Which, first of all, is Lightning Absorption, Extra Arms, and Graft. Now, I kept the writing here simple, because she is... she's meant to be an NPC. She's meant to be the school nurse. But she has the effects in the power that is... Yeah, she has the effect of Enhanced Godric the Grafted. I mean, you could actually make Godric in here, unironically. And it would be very simple, actually. But with her, she is not like Godric. She does have 6 arms grafted onto her, for minor backstory reasons I thought of, but that's irrelevant. So, she has Lightning Absorption. Now, because Mutants and Masterminds is all about the effect matters more than what you say than you saying what you do. Why the fuck would I want Godric? He's canonically a little bitch. I know. I mean, I'm just saying it's possible. But yeah. So because the effect here is what comes first, and then I describe it, her power is initially enhanced ability, which is enhanced ability, which is just you increase one of your ability scores by the rank of this power of this effect that you have purchased. I have purchased her rank 8, which would normally mean that the ability score that I chose would get increased by 8, which is fucking huge, by the way. 8 is an immense number. Let's go to what it says on... Let's go to what it says on... How much that means. Ability ranks. Yeah, so... An ability rank of 0 is an average adult. We all, on average, have a 0 in strength. Whereas she has a 3 in strength. Gifted. She's very strong because, grafted many arms and, anime character, super tough. And she would give herself +8, putting her at 12, which is somewhere between moderate and high superhuman. However, that is a little bit pricey for a power. So there's these things called modifiers and flaws, to where she has reaction, to where instead of this power being on it, to where she would toggle this power on and off, she instead does it as a reaction, which is more expensive. However, it has the flaw of fading. I do also realize now it would also have the limited modifier on it, but it's fine. I just need to have the general idea here. It has fading, to where it loses 1 rank of effectiveness per round until it reaches 0. However, I linked it with immunity lightning. Okay, apparently my text in here is not present. But basically, what this means... what this ends up meaning is that she is immune to all powers that would be described as electrical. And when she takes damage from a source that would be described as electrical, that is when her strength increases by the damage she would have taken instead of her taking damage. And then it fades by 1, but it refills whenever she takes this electric damage. And because she's the school nurse, she can defibrillate herself, and she can give herself that strength. That's just one thing there already. I thought that was really cool. But then, she has extra arms, a permanent thing about her, which means she can do what you could expect with a lot of extra arms. However, I also gave it the multi-attack extra, meaning she can reach out to as many targets as she has arms in an area, or and do an attack against each of them, or she can hit one guy multiple times with an ora, and then increase the severity of how hard it is for them to resist that damage. And she has Graft, to where her quirk, if I were to describe it, why the fuck would I... Oh yeah, you already said that. I saw a new message pop up and I was wrong. But yeah, she now has... her quirk, Graft, lets her heal wounds on people, but only if it is to connect tissue to tissue. Meaning she cannot fix bruising, she cannot fix blunt force trauma, but if you got a cut, she can reconnect your skin. If you got a burn, she can graft some skin onto you. If you lost a leg, she can graft a new leg onto you. Now, because I was trying to make her following the rules of the system, in Mutants and Masterminds, you are given 15 power points times your power level. 10 power level is basically what you imagine the adults in My Hero Academia to be doing. At the very least, in seasons 1 and 2. After that, it's kind of higher than that. And I was just going to be having her follow the rule. But if I wasn't following the rules, I would give her another power, to where she can grab 2 people and stick them together, and if they wanted to separate, they would then take damage. And I really fucking love the idea of this character, because she's this doctor. She is very strong, she doesn't look it, she's a little handsy, she doesn't know personal space all that much, she's very playful, but then when she's in the fray, if she needs to be in the fray, she can Hulk out like crazy. She human centipedes them? No, she could. She could human centipede them, but she's a hero. She would just simply, grab 2, thugs and fucking put them back to back and have them joined at the shoulder via their skin. And then, it would be basically as if they wanted to separate, then she could separate them, or they would have to make a check to pull away from each other, and then they take damage, peeling skin off. But because, most rational human beings would not want to peel off the skin of their own back, they would be then having to, fucking do the Emperor's New Groove, right, left type thing with Pacha and Cusco. It also has to some Drukari type shit. I mean, you're thinking about it, how fucked up it would be, and I mean, like, it could be fucked up. So, I immediately fell in love with the idea of playing her. And if I ever get the chance to play Mutants and Masterminds, she's probably gonna be the first character I make. Like, the first character I actually play. Because this sounds incredibly fun already. But now, we've got... We want to make a new character. This can be either a faculty member, or it can be a fellow upcoming student that the party is going to be competing against. Now, I already have another piece of art. I'm ready to go for making a hero, but I want to see if you guys have an idea that you want to throw my way for me to try and make a hero for, like what the concept is or who they are or anything. You just want to make your own Chuckles? I don't want to make Chuckles. I do not want to make Chuckles. That has slight toon force. And can only do things if funny. I mean, that is actually a JJK character. It's only if he finds it funny. But I mean, like, okay. If you, I'm gonna see if Nara has any. I want to see if anybody else in chat has an idea. But if not, I can look up a clown hero real quick. Let's go to ArtStation. Because this is not because I'm not monetizing this fucking game. The idea of a clown teacher is fun. I mean, there's Miss Joke. Let's just type in clown. What do we get? Fantasy. What's his subject? Algebra. Yeah, I want to see if anybody else has other ideas for a hero for us to make. But if not, I can definitely see how I can make a clown hero in this system and show you guys how that would work. Man, a lot of people have fucking horror ideas for clowns, but I guess that's fair. Dark Moon Fair. Yeah, I'm looking for something that's not horror, and not like super grungy. Like there's a certain like neutrality I'm looking for in the in clowns for this. Well, there's an option. It showed up twice for some reason. The idea came from Ace Attorney. Yeah, the only Ace Attorney I've seen is Jello Apocalypse playing it. Yeah, a lot. Like, there's plenty that hide projects created with AI. This looks like it's it. These look like they're AI generated, but that's just me. What if I type in clown hero? What if I do that? Okay, we're immediately honing in a little bit further. All right, well, We found something arts. We found a clown on ArtStation here. Let's see here. Kaboom. He's a notorious international villain wanted in 25 countries for his misdeeds. Cybernetic enhancements located mainly in the chest area allow him to intake and expel. Alright, well, we don't need to worry about like the cybernetics. We already have a pretty strong. We already have a pretty strong design here. So, yeah, Jade Chalice is the creator here. I am just simply, I am not using their art in any way to monetize. I am showing you guys who they are, and I am using them as an exercise for how to make a character in Mutants and Masterminds. Could go more of a Jester Rude. Let's take a look here. Jester. Alright. Hide projects created with AI. Really? This isn't created with AI? Really? This isn't? Okay, yeah, sure, totally. Yeah, sure thing, ArtStation. Okay. Well, it's fine. So, we have a new actor. Look at all that delicious slop. I know, right? Yeah, so we have... So, let's just name him Clown Guy for right now. Let's just name him Clown Guy. Getting some masterminds. Tabletop, M&M. Drag him in there. Actually, hang on. Yeah, that's the full thing. We're gonna... Because that's an actual fucking, like, character sheet. Wait. Oh my gosh. Yeah, fucking, you see this. So that's that, wait. Is that actually what ArtStation does now? So where you just can't save the images? Hang on. Okay. Just grab Chuckles as a placeholder? No worries. No, it works. I don't know why it, like, showed that error the first time, but... Yeah, 1 second. Let me open up GIMP. Let me open up GIMP so we can just crop it to the one guy, as opposed to the whole character sheet. So yeah, just very simple around him. We'll worry about him being a villain or a hero later. Because the character sheet says that he's a villain, but I mean, we've had more intense looking heroes in My Hero Academia. Image, crop to selection. Clown hero. Alright, so now we drag him in. So, yeah, we got a clown guy. This is a dude. 6 foot is definitely fitting here. Age, 26. Eyes, what is his eye color? What is his eye color? It's green! green, pink. So the typical power level that Mutants and Masterminds campaign start off is 10. This is your... I was gonna say make his age, question mark, question mark, question mark. Actually, yeah. Fair. No, he refuses to tell anybody. I should really turn on the PDF reader before I move over to this. Pull that up. So, yeah. So, the typical assumption of power level for a Mutants and Masterminds game is power level. What is power level? It is both the limit for how strong things can be, but it also is the amount of power points that you get, and it defers to generally what range of powers you're doing. It describes power level 8 as masked adventures. The power level is the mystery men of the golden age of comic books, as well as teams of mostly non-powered adventures. Heroes rely more on their skills and wits, which, I don't know. Whereas power level 10 is superheroes. The suggested starting power level for Mutants and Masterminds suits mature, experienced adventurers of the previous level, along with a wide range of younger and or focused superhumans. Level of Sentinels, characters like Bowman may have a balance of attack and effect. Okay, yeah. So we're gonna go with power. We're gonna go with power level 10 because I was assuming power level 8 for what my party is gonna be doing, but maybe power level 10 for them, and I just bump everybody else to power level. Actually, yeah, we'll do power level 12. This guy's actually like a recognized hero. And then we're just gonna raise the school nurse to 12 later. So yeah, clown guy. We don't have a proper hero name for him yet, but it's fine. So we first want to allocate our ability scores to him. And so we've got several ones here. We all know strength, agility. The main thing is that agility is like your body, dexterity is your hands, or your arms, mainly. Everything else, you can pretty much guess what it is. So, because he very much does not look like he wants to get punched in the face, even though he is welcoming it. We definitely do want to make him somewhat tough. Like a little tough. Like just a barely above human, so that way he doesn't get his skull caved in. So yeah, we'll just give him a stamina of 1. Because with power points, it is 2 power points of his allotted. It's 12 times 16, so 180 power points he gets to work with. This character sheet should fucking show how much you have and how much you've spent, but it chooses not to, and I don't know why. I don't get it. So everything you do costs power points. So we're going to be first allocating our stats here, so that, and I am going to be following the process of like stats, attack and defense, skills, advantages, and then powers, because even though the powers would define a hero a lot of the time, you also want to have someone who can actually function without just having their powers. That's my belief here, personally. So so we definitely want to get his agility pretty fucking high. Highly gifted. Yeah, he is a nimble motherfucker. He can make many balloon animals. Intellect. Yeah, no, we'll say he's a little bit above average. And then presence, yeah, we want him to be one of the best in the world. We want him to be a renowned clown hero. Oh, actually, best in the nation is a rank 5. So you can already see that we're spending 32 of our 108. Getting your abilities up is quite costly because they are fundamental to damn near fucking everything. Awareness and then fighting. Yeah, 42 of our 108 immediately. Oh, that's where the power points go. That's where they go. I'm blind as fuck! Don't mind me. And we definitely want him to, he doesn't, yeah. He really can't take a punch, but he will definitely do everything in his power to not take that punch in the first place. So we do want to cap out the split between his parry and his dodge, which, one of the things about... which I think about Mutants and Masterminds to keep things from, like, just being impossible to go up against, you have to actually split up your defenses. Dodge and parry share basically a total cap with toughness. So, and that is power level plus 10, I believe? Let me scroll up in the PDF. Yeah, they have a lot on the fucking archetypes there. Yeah, okay. So yeah, parry twice the series power level. So he can get up to a 24 total between the cross of dodge, parry, and toughness. And because his toughness is going to be staying at a 1, we want him to be really, really fucking hard to hit. And how many points is it going to cost to increase it by 1 again? Yeah, it's a 1-to-1. Okay. So we're going to basically do, for every 1 we increase in dodge, for every 2 we do in dodge, we do 1 in parry. Yeah, this is already 15, which makes it 16 with toughness. This is 19. That is a total of 17. Actually, yeah, it should already be at half. Yeah, that's 22. And then we'll... Yeah, a dodge DC of 28. So, which means they're going to have to roll pretty damn well. Whoever he's fighting is going to have to roll pretty damn well to actually hit him. And then Will, this is separated with Fortitude. Which, that is also twice the series power level. Which, he is, again, not the toughest guy. So we're just going to do 8 and 8. Yeah, we're already, like, we have 100 power points left, and we haven't even gotten to actually buying powers yet. But now we have skills. Acrobatics, we want that to be fucking high. It is the series power level plus 10. But we don't need it to get that high. So we'll buy... Yeah, plus 16 on that is pretty fucking good. Athletics. Not necessarily going to push over. 1 power point is 2 skill points. Deception, that's where he's wanting to. Actually, is there performance? Expertise. Clown business. Yeah, presence. He is as good as can possibly be on that at the very least without me wanting to worry about the numbers too much. 21. Deception. Give him a 12 in that. Insight 6. Intimidation 6. No investigation. Perception. We'll give him an 8. Persuasion 6. Sleight of hand. And yeah. So we're already at 114 power points. 120 even, actually. Spend a lot on skills. Probably gonna... just to make things cheaper, we'll lower everything a little bit. Oh, not 45. 4. There we go. So then we have advantages. These are basically like feats from D&D 5e. And now this is where we start looking at the book. I just realized you guys have... I'm really not fucking good at switching between these for session prep and all that. So, advantages. So what advantages could we possibly give our clown hero here? He's not really going to be looking... we definitely want to give him evasion. I'm just going to pull up a notepad so I can pull these up. Evasion. Because it says circumstance bonus to avoid area attacks. Grabbing finesse, improved aim, critical defense, disarm, grab, hold, initiative, smash, trip. Yeah, improved trip. Oh, that's where you're going! Improvise weapon. Absolutely. Move by action. He wants to be slippery. Let's see here. Redirect. Absolutely. Like, you know, think Tom and... I was gonna think Tom and Jerry type stuff. Yeah, absolutely. The redirect is perfect for that. There. Transfer the benefit of an interaction skill to an ally. We'll see how that works. And then Uncanny Dodge. These are all combat ones. Beginner's Luck. Yep. Let's see here. Maybe Benefit. Maybe Benefit. Equipment, we want to give him, like... 2 equipment benefits, I think. So that way he can actually have some stuff. Instant up, stand from prone as a free action. Well, I mean, you can already do that with an acrobatics check, so I don't think he needs that. He's considering how high his acrobatics bonus is. Reroll a fail check against a hazard once. Nah. Trance. Agile feint. Acrobatics... Feint using acrobatics skill or movement speed? Absolutely. Contacts, daze. Deception or intimidation to daze an opponent. Daze. Fascinate. Improvise tools. And Taunt. So, in total, we have chosen for him 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 advantages. So, what we're going to do is... We're going to do something really simple right now for this, because we're not here to look at what all the advantages do. We're here to learn how to fucking make powers that represent the hero. So, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy paste all these. Okay, that's not going to work too well. All advantages. And then just fill out the space here with that. So that way I know what to add to him later. But the real thing here is powers. This is the real meat and potatoes of Mutants and Masterminds. This is why you play the fucking system. So in Mutants and Masterminds, as I said earlier, this is a system to where you pick what effect you want. What is the end result? How are we rolling the dice? What is your character what does your character sheet and what do the dice say happens? After that, you pick a description. After that, you pick a description, and alongside that, you pick a description as to how this interacts with other things. So because these are quirks, they're all gonna have the same origin. It's from your fucking body. But the descriptor from there on would be a lot more personal. So with him, it's gonna be a lot of the times, you know, like actually physical. Or it's gonna be psychic, because he's gonna be trying to make you laugh. Or it's only gonna be what he thinks is funny. So, before I start looking at what effects we could possibly do for him, let's think of a couple of powers we can. Let's think of like the general gist of what this guy's quirk can do. So, looking at his art, I'll pull up his art again. Look, yeah. Hammer space. That's to where he can pull out basically just anything that he needs to. Yes. Also, a thing to take note of with... Yes, okay. Hammer space can pull out random items as needed. That enhance the joke. What else are we thinking of when we look at his art here? Cause I already have it pulled up twice. Like, look at this man's attitude. I'm thinking of like a goad. Like, he's literally like saying, "Oh, come on, don't you want to hit me in the face?" And then when someone punches him in the face, when he invites them to do so, it sends them recoiling. That's a power that I'm thinking of here. So, that's an idea I have. Punt. Yeah, punch me in the face. And also, these are like his, like, bread and butter, he's gonna be doing this all the fucking time type powers. It's not gonna be like every little possible thing he can do. It's gonna be his, like, most common things that he's known for. Because a thing Mutants and Masterminds has is this thing called power stunts, to where planar traversal. I'm gonna need you to explain that to me. But like for those that have watched My Hero Academia, and you've watched Endeavor's Prominence Burst scene, his very first one. That would be a power stunt, because never before in the show has he done Prominence Burst, and it was a very awesome moment. He then was not able to do it for a very long time afterwards. That's a power stunt, because it's not on his sheet, but it is something relevant to his power. He can go 2D, for example, and squeeze and cracks, but he's got to flatten himself and take damage. Oh, okay. 2D space. Self-flattening. And a caveat to a lot of these, obviously. There is a modifier. He's got to be observed. Yes. And thankfully, that is actually a modifier that you can do to a lot of powers. So, even though that we don't have that many power points left for him to actually get powers, he is able to... Hey, did I actually give the cost of this? No. Okay. 1 second. Yeah, we have 52 power points. to work with. Yeah, so we already have... Thinking about it, yeah. What else are you thinking? He's just has Luffy's 5th gear. I don't know what that is. Cause I thought... Yeah, that power is just Toon Force. I'll snooze this one here because we're in the middle of a conversation. Well, I thought Luffy already had Toon Force, like just by being rubber. He stretches and all goofy and shit like that. Oh yeah, one power for sure is fucking summoning his balloon animal dog. Balloon animal summoning. Absolutely. Just control over the Toon Force. We're gonna have to specify... Okay, well that's just a matter of what... That would be the name of his quirk. Like his power would be Toon Force. But we need to think about the specific effect that comes from this. Because if Toon Force lets Luffy do a lot of different things, then we need to figure out what those things are, and then we would make those separate powers. But if 5th gear is meant to be rare, because that sounds rare, then that would be a power stone, which means we don't need to worry about actually statting that out. So if it's a if I don't watch One Piece, so I don't know much. Okay, but then yeah. So well, let's go with rubber body. Let's go with rubber. Let's go with rubber body. We've got five things that he is known for here. There's plenty more that he can do. We can make an array for. Or we can just do a power stunt for, but this is showing how we are going to be making a power. So, let's get into the thick of it. So, we're going to start off with the one that I think is going to be the easiest. The rubber body. Skylar Vitson Reed, hello, welcome. We are currently in the process of learning Mutants and Masterminds, and currently in the process of, in the way of doing that, making a clown hero. It was not my first choice to pick a clown hero, but someone in Twitch chat said, "Why don't you make Chuckles?" And I'm like, I'm not gonna do that, but we can do a clown hero. And we currently have some powers. We currently have some ideas for what his power can be. It's going to be themed after My Hero Academia, which is why Peace Sign is playing. So, let's take a look at what his rubber body will be able to do. So, opening up the PDF reader, moving it over here. So, what effect do we think of when it comes to someone having a rubber body? They can't be hurt by anything bludgeoning. They may be able to resist piercing. They may be able... they are most certainly not going to be dealing with slashing very well. But if they're getting punched in the face, no they ain't. They're going to bounce right back. So, what should come from that? We want to find the effect of immunity, which is a defense type. And it has so let's go down to immunity. I can just... Alright, there's a lot... Okay, there's a lot more immunities here. It's gonna be faster for me to just fucking scroll. That's modifiers. Immunity. So, the way immunity as an effect works is that the amount of power points it's going to cost for us to get is 1 point per rank. And if we want to be completely immune to anything bludgeoning, we need... Yeah, so it would be...
Common power descriptors such as all effects with cold, electricity, fire, radiation, or weather descriptions, for example, life support. So we are basically wanting particular damage effect descriptor, such as bullets, cold, electricity, falling, fire, magic, radiation, sonic. So we want this to we want this as the core power of his rubber body. At this point now, there's an ad break coming on Twitch, so yeah. At this point, we have that, and I'm not going to be snoozing it for that. We're going to be just walking through it. So, opening up the character sheet, let's add a power. We're going to call this Rubber Body. And its main effect is immunity. Blunt force trauma. Its defense. Its descript would be biological. Because every single quirk is biological. Because of that, we don't need to worry about that. Instead, we want to give it a physical. Yeah, this is to where I'm, like, not so sure exactly on how to do descriptors. And when it comes to, like, the nature of it all here. But I am thinking, because, like, physical is very simple here, but, we'll go more specific, like, body. So, the core power is immunity. We need it to have 5 rank. We need it to have 5 ranks, and it costs 1 power point per rank in order to get. But he still shouldn't, like, just die to bullets. But we also don't want him to be immune to bullets. Because bullets can still get through rubber. So how do we do this? Well, we can just make another power, or we can consolidate it into here. So there is an extra called linked, which I already know about, so I'm just going to fill it in here. Linked protection. Let's even go to the PDF. MNOP protection. Protection shields you against damage, giving you +1 to your toughness defense per rank. So protection gives you a +4 toughness. Maybe not that then. Maybe we actually do go with immunity. You see, already we're having to think about how are we gonna actually handle this, because protection is actually just you are harder to actually deal, like, hurt at the end of the day here, but he still can get hurt. It's just that punching him in the face, not gonna do it. So what we can do is oh, I know exactly what we can do for here. So, we're going to scroll back. Actually, we're going to duplicate this tab. How do I duplicate this again? How do I forget, how do I duplicate a tab in here? I know I used to do it. Page thumbnails, bookmarks. All of these I have to pay for because it's fucking Adobe. At least I'm on the free shit. Window. New window. There we go. So now we can scroll down to flaws. There's modifiers here, but we're not going to be worrying about that just yet. So we want to go down to flaws, which we need there to be, to where we want it to be limited in its effectiveness. So, I'll even scroll down to what limited specifically means here. Limited. An effect with this flaw is not effective all the time. Limited powers generally break down into two types. Those usable only in certain situations, and those usable only on certain things. For example, only while singing loudly, only while flying, only on men or women, only against fire, not usable on ghetto things, and so forth. As a general rule, the effect must lose about half its usefulness to qualify for this modifier. Anything less limiting is better handled as an occasional complication. So, here's how we're gonna make it work. Limited to comedy. So, his rubber. So the way this will work is that his power will, this rubber body, his immunity to anything physical harm, is only gonna apply if it's done specifically with the intent of being funny. His rubber body will always protect him. Well, actually, will only protect him if he or someone observing him thinks it will be funny if the strike rebounds off of him. So if someone's really fucking pissed at him, then if someone's really fucking pissed at him, then they're not gonna think it's funny, and therefore he is going to be able to resist it. But now let's go back up to immunity to see if we can make this a little bit more broad at a higher cost. Because this limited has a cost of 1. That's flat. We want to do per rank. Yeah, let's go back up to immunity. So at 10 ranks, it's a common power descriptor, such as all effective cold, electricity, fire, radiation, or weather descriptions. Actually, yeah, a very common power descriptor, bludgeoning or energy, for example. All effects resisted by fortitude, all effects resisted by will. Under the hood, let's actually look at what it says under the hood immunity here. Oh, what the fuck? Adobe, how are you fucking crashing? Bro, what the fuck? Seriously? Alright, well, I guess I need to fucking close it. It just didn't want to fucking work. It just chose not to. So let's go back down to immunity and read what it said. Is it gonna break again? No. Good. Wow, it is really not good. What the fuck? There are characters in comic books flatly immune to certain things. Immunity is intended to provide this option in mutants and masterminds. It's simpler at some point to say a character is immune to something that it is a bother. Immune to something than it is to bother rolling dice. Immunity also encourages creativity. If you can't overcome a foe just by hitting him, what then? Encourage players to use tactics, cleverness, power stunts, and hero points to deal with foes immune to their more conventional attacks. If you find immunity, especially broad immunities at higher ranks, a problem in your game, feel free to restrict it, perhaps to no more than 10 ranks, or eliminate it altogether, replacing it with protection and defense bonuses with appropriate power modifiers. For degree of immunity to damage, see the impervious extra to the modifiers section. Impervious, you say? What does impervious say here? Because this is an example. A defense with this modifier is highly resistant. Any effect with a resistance difficulty modifier equal to or less than half the impervious rank has no effect. So for example, impervious toughness 9 ignores any damage with a rank 5 or less. Penetrating effects can overcome impervious resistances. Impervious is primarily intended for toughness resistance checks to handle characters immune to a certain threshold of damage, but it can be applied to other defenses with the GM's permission to reflect characters with certain reliable capabilities in terms of resisting particular hazards or effects. Nah. So yeah, we want this because it says like a very common power descriptor like bludgeoning or energy, for example. It's 20 ranks, which is already gonna be costing us a fair bit of power points, a fair bit, but not like too much. But, of course, there is more that we want to do to this. So, we can also link this power, or have a delayed or a secondary effect, I believe. So, variable descriptor triggered, sustained. Let's see here. Secondary effect. Let's go down to read secondary effect and see what that does. Secondary effect. An its duration effect with this modifier affects the target once immediately when the effect is used, and then once again on the following round. And then once again on the following round. At the end of the attacker's turn. The target gets the normal resistance check. Secondary effects don't stack. And if you attack a target with your secondary effect on the round after... Okay, what if I did... Okay. Let's see what the internet has to offer us. Counter, attack, power, mutants, and masterminds. Typically executed using the deflect power with the reflect or redirect modifier. Let's take a look-see. Let's take a look-see then. So, deflect with redirect. Because we want to tie this into the rubber body. Oh yeah, we already have the elongation. Deflect, reflect. Okay. You actively defend... let's see here. You can actively defend for characters other than yourself, deflecting or defending attacks against them at a distance. And may be able to more effectively defend yourself, depending on your rank. See Defend action in the Action and Adventures chapter. Your deflect rank in place of an active defense. You still add 10 to a deflect die roll of 10 or less for a minimum roll of 11. Deflect modifiers are limited by power level. Like a ranged attack, if you deflect at medium range, you have it. Deflect cannot take less than a standard action. to create a kind of deflection field. Use enhanced dodge or enhanced parry effect with modifiers like your select. You can reflect attacks back at the attacker as a free action. First, you must successfully deflect the attack, then make a normal attack check using your own attack modifier to hit it with the reflected attack. It has its normal effect if it hits. And redirect. Okay, so yeah, we want to do reflect here. But that is... Yeah, I'm thinking about that now. It's like... Because he wants to open himself up. He doesn't want to defend himself. He doesn't want to defend himself exactly. And that's the effect that's happening here. It's defense. With the redirect happening. You see that this is why I'm doing this here, so that way I actually know how to handle this. Elongate your body and your limbs to extend your reach, and let's see here. Yeah, linked powers use the same action. Yeah, so we have the rubber body here for, you know, like, to where he just won't get hurt. By anything, yeah, blunt force trauma, if it's not meant to be funny. So, like, if someone hits him with a frying pan, that's gonna be funny, and he's gonna get hurt by that. Otherwise... I'm still on that. What else could we do? I at least hope that I've been, like, giving you guys a good understanding of this so far. Looking up something real quick. Sorta. Is there anything that I can clarify better for you to help with that? Is there anything that is not being fully understood here? Yeah, edit transform. 1920 by 1080. From what I can gather, you can make your own power, but through the building blocks of what makes a power. Basically, but those building blocks are specifically what do the game mechanics say is happening? As in, you can say, I lob a fucking Kamehameha at someone, I charge it up, and I blast it, and it's gonna carve a hole through, and he's gonna die. Well, ultimately, that is just a ranged damage power with a lot of ranks in it. And you describe it as a Kamehameha. Maybe even it takes longer to do or something. And that would be a flaw to it. Because also, shooting with, you know, like Cyclops' laser beam, that is also a ranged damage power, but described differently. They're both energy, actually. So I am now currently just thinking about how do we do this rubber body? At the very least, we can leave it. At the very least, we can leave that alone. We can let's try and figure out the punch me in the face, because that's gonna be like a signature move of his, I would imagine. So let's read what the affliction Let's read what the affliction power can do. Or the affliction effect. Let's see here. You impose some debilitating condition or conditions on a target by making a close attack. You set the conditions your affliction causes at each degree when you acquire it. They may not be changed. Higher degree condition. May not be changed. So let's see here. The target is dazed, entranced, fatigued, hindered, impaired, vulnerable. Potential descriptions includes coughing or sneezing. Compelled. Defenseless, disabled, exhausted, immobile, prone, or stunned. Target is asleep, controlled, incapacitated, transformed, or unaware. Resistance check on each of its turns. The exact nature and description of the affliction. Alternate resistances. Concentration. Cumulative. Progressive. Similar reversible extra. The target of an affliction effect with this modifier recovers automatically, no check at the end of the round, which the duration ends. So for example, an instant duration affliction only lasts 1 round, while a sustained duration affliction lasts until no longer sustained. Yeah, so what are the compelled and controlled conditions? Let's take a look-see at that, shall we? I want to see if these conditions actually fit well. Test devices, challenges, conflicts. Assigning difficulties. Reference tables, maybe? Okay, that's not it. Where are the conditions? Okay, there we go. Conditions. Page 17. I missed that entirely. So here, compel. A compare is directed by an outside force, but struggling against it. The character is limited to free actions and a single standard action per turn, with both types of action being chosen by another controlling character. As usual, this standard action can be traded for a move action. Controlled supersedes compelled. And then controlled has no free will. The character's actions each turn are dictated by an other controlling character. Yeah, okay, that fits pretty well. Yeah, so I know what we can do for this. We can have a linked power here. Give me your best shot! And if we want this to be affliction, linked, deflect, redirect. Yeah, we want this to be a mental one for sure. And body. Yeah. Squirk allows him to opens himself up for someone to give him a real sucker punch. But watch out! He's got a nasty trick up his sleeve. So, yeah, we obviously want this to be linked with deflect because both of these are a standard action. Linked deflect. The cost of affliction is 1 per rank at base. So with deflect, that is also 1 per rank. Because we add these together. Oh yeah, and reflect is 1 plus 1 per rank, so this is 2. Oh no, not 10. So, let's see here. Yeah, so with deflect is part of the same action. As part of the same action, he makes a defense roll. This powers rank as its bonus, replacing its active defenses. Successfully. Once he successfully deflects the attack, he makes his own attack check using his own modifier. Or it, but delivering the attacker's original effect. Oh. And actually, you know what? We can drop some of his skills and his defenses for this. Give him some more power points. We'll drop that down to 10 and 5. Drop that down to 10. Close combat. Ooh. Wallop. Yeah, we got back like 4 points. So with the details of affliction, you impose ability and conditions or effect that targeting a close range attack. Yeah, we also want to give this probably ranged, because close is within 5 feet. Yeah, so. Oh no. Oh no. Fucking. Oh my gosh. Okay. It's not even that it fucking. Dude. Sorry, an error occurred. No, you're not gonna listen to it, Adobe. Fucking stupid, man. It's fucking stupid. Okay, so gotta. The very least I have this still open on Internet Archive. Thank fuck. We're just gonna be using that. So turn that off. React. So modifiers. Area attack. Personal effect works on others as an attack. Okay. But let's see here. Effects reach by 5 per rank. Well, that's a reach specifically. Increase range. Effects have a standard range, personal, close, range, or perception. See range at the start of this chapter for details. Increase an effect's range. Choose one of the following options. Increasing the range of an effect from personal to close requires either the effect's others or attack extras. Begin to close effect into perception range. Effect requires 2 applications. Okay, so you can have multiple effects of an extra. Okay, you can have multiple applications of extras, and I assume flaws in that case then. That is one of the things that I needed to actually learn here. That is one of the things I needed to learn. Because I didn't know exactly. Okay, so you want to give it another extra, and this is per rank. Increased range. And this is per rank. Is linked actually? 1 second. Linked. Okay, it's 0, so it's 1 for deflect. So increased range, it is 1 per rank. This power would have a range of... This effect would have a range of close, but now has a range of ranged. Extended range. Doubles all effects. So 1 rank makes short range ring. Rank times 50. Okay. 50, 100, 200, rank. Actually, what does it say here? Increased range. Makes a ranged effect. Yeah. Okay, so now that we have that, is there any flaws we can give this to make this cheaper, so that way he can goad people easier and then hit them in the face even, and then just rebound on them even better? Flaws. what we doing now? We are, sorry, I got distracted by Fuamoko, Sirius, and Orion. We are working on the, give me your best shot, power of his, which is the punch me in the face that we talked about. And so far, the way this works is that we first choose the affliction effect, because he's literally trying to get someone to punch him in the fucking face. But there is a modifier called linked, which is where you basically add two powers together, and they always work at the same exact time. And so, it is linked with deflect, with the redirect extra. Meaning... Oh yeah, that's why. Which means he uses his action to goad someone. They have to make a will save against it, and then, you know, like, depending on how badly they do, may depend on how intense it is on them. And then when they hit him, he defends against it, and if he succeeds on that, then he wallops them back for the same effect. Which I realize I do need to give it the flaw of limited. Limited. Hitting him. It is a 1 per rank. Nope. There we go. Fuck's sake. This power only can make people attack him, and only affects, and he can only reflect attacks directed at him from this action. So now it only costs... Yeah, so it costs 3 power points per rank, which is still quite fucking hefty. Is there anything else we can do with this to make it affects a resistance check that already exists here. Reduced range, quirk, permanent, noticeable, limited. Grab base, feedback, fades, distracting, diminished range, concentration, check required. Oh yeah, check required. Let's see what the... What was the name of it? Sense dependent. Yeah, how exactly does this say? Are sense dependent. Let's be able to perceive the effect for it to work. If the target gets a dodge resistance check, success means the target has managed to avert its eyes, cover its ears. The effect doesn't work. Otherwise, the effect works. Opponents aware of a sense-dependent effect can also deliberately block the targeted sense, looking away, covering, or blocking their ears. This provides a +10 bonus to resistance checks against the effect, but gives others partial concealment from that sense. An opponent unable to use a sense, blind, deaf, is immune to effects dependent on it. Opponents can do this by closing their eyes, wearing ear or nose plugs. Since their effects are sensitive, can apply this flaw. Huh. Well, this specifically is like... Yeah, this is specifically they get a dodge resistance check. Actually, yeah, that makes sense. You know, like, cover their ears. It just means that this basically means that we can still just keep giving ourselves... Actually, I don't know. Because it does just say they get it immediately, but at the same time... Because that is the effect that comes from it. But I guess it's still fair enough. But they already get that will thing there? Probably not, actually. Tyrant resistible, we already have that. Yeah, because it's an affliction. Concentration. What was the thing with affliction here? Instant recovery. 196. Automatically. No, I think keeping someone, locking someone down. No, that definitely is valid. But we'll still go to 196 anyways, just to see if there's any other flaws I may want to give it. Otherwise, we basically got it. Oh my fucking neck. Usually a skill check with a base difficulty of 10, plus 1 for each additional rank. Gains use of 1 effect rank per point. The check exceeds the DC. Thus a check result of 14 allows the character to use up to 4 ranks of the effect. Actually, you know what? That's fair. Because... Alright, that's 198. Because if we look at the advantages real quick, for taunt, demoralize an opponent, deception rather than intimidation, disparaging and undermining confidence rather than threatening targets, resist deception, see demoralize under intimidation skill description. All right, what is demoralize? Do we want this? Coercing, demoralizing. An opponent's confidence. Make an intimidation check as a standard action. If it succeeds, your target gets impaired until the end of your next turn. Until the end of your next turn. With 4 more degrees of success, the target is disabled. No, we don't really want that. Coerce. Actually, no. I think that's fine. Yeah, so we'll do that. Back to 198 on that. Check required. Fuck, I'm 26. Oh, happy birthday! Happy birthday to you! Happy birthday from all of us to you. We wish it was our birthday so we can party too. Hey! Turn that off. So, check required. Funny business. Wow, the fact that you're 26 and I'm 28, God, I thought you were older than me. I genuinely thought you were older than me. You were just in college late. Nope. This is 1 per rank. Not flat, 1 per rank. Using this power requires usage of a funny business expertise skill. On a failure, the check doesn't work. On a success, the effect can use up to a certain amount of ranks equal to the difference between the roll and the DC. However, a natural one is an automatic failure.
What mannerisms made you think I was older? I mean, it's kind of just like no mannerisms really. It was just my natural assumption when I knew Nara was your friend before I knew you. So I was just like, well, I know Nara's older, so I'm like, this person I know is probably just older than me, and they were doing college late. That was my assumption. How much is the cost? What is the cap on powers? Power level. Attack and effect. I completely forgot about that, actually. It's fine, it's fine. Oh yeah, base effect call. Okay, so powers that aren't effect types, effect parameters, post effect checks. I mean, fair. I'm pretty sure we brought up you no longer being the baby in terms of age. I mean, yeah, I just thought that was because it was someone else who was younger than me. I didn't think it was you. Okay, so... So, total of your hero's attack bonus and effect rank with that attack cannot exceed twice. If the effect allows a resistance check, but does not require an attack check, its effect rank cannot exceed the series powerful. Attack bonus and effect rank with that attack. Okay. And then make a normal attack check using your own attack modifier to hit with a reflected attack. As normal attacks if it hits. Well, yeah, this is an attack check. Which means... It's not working against area effects nor versus attack starting defenses other than dodge or parry. Use your deflect rank in place of active defense. I think
from the way this seems, is that it's using the powers rank. Okay, so we have, yeah, deflect and increased range, so... Alright, so if we go back up to affliction real quick... It's already 10 o'clock, god damn, dude. Holy... He begins doing an annoying routine to try and goad his opponent at a distance. He must make a funny business. A funny business expertise check. Using if he is sufficiently annoying, the target can end up compelled to do nothing more than punch him in the face. He's up his sleeve. That's just a description. And the details. He makes a funny business. Am I still on the PDF? I am. Makes a funny business expertise check. He makes a funny business expertise check. Using much of this power's rank as is the difference between DC equals 10 plus rank. Result of his check. Nice. The target must then make a will save. On a failure, they become entranced, compelled, controlled. To attack him. Also defends himself, making roll active defense roll with this power's rank as its bonus. If he successfully deflects the attack, he redirects it to the attacker with his own check. I'm actually curious about something with the Final Fantasy XIV book, though I doubt Lucky would be able to answer it since he hasn't used it. We know how multi-classing works in base D&D, but you can't multi-job in 14. Not in the same way, anyway. So I wonder how exactly multi-classing with the 14 book takes on the Final Fantasy XIV jobs would work. I don't think they would try and break it that much, because last I remember looking at those books, or rather the one, which I thought was the only one, it's basically just, hey, we've made a subclass for this one class that mimics what the Final Fantasy XIV jobs can do, or we've made a whole job to represent with its own with its own mechanics. But they didn't they did not fundamentally change how 5th edition works. So I think that you'll still just be able to multi-class normally, like normal 5th edition. I think that's just how it's gonna be. Because that would otherwise be way too fucking complicated. Alright, well, we have made 2 of his powers so far. Rubber body and give me your best shot! Okay, I didn't fill this out, but, like, we get the idea. So this here is, like, how you can make a power in Mutants and Masterminds. Like, I wanted him to goad someone into punching him, and I wanted him to then be able to rebound it against them. So, I went with the effect of Affliction, which they would be, depending on how badly they failed, they could be entranced, compelled, or controlled, even, to where he could actually just tell them, hey, yeah, you're gonna punch me in the face! And then they will do so. But he also gets to try and defend himself, and if he is successful in doing so, then, which is the deflect power, well, the deflect effect, then he is unharmed, and then he gets to punch them right back with their own effect. Probably just looking at it from a flavor perspective. If you want to run this in 14 setting, based on how we know the jobs work in lore from the game. I mean, like, multi-classing is not too far off from just cross-class skills in, like, from, like, what, 1.0 to 2.0? Actually, no, they got rid of cross-class skills in Heavensward, right? That's basically... I mean, even regardless of whenever they got rid of it, that's not ultimately the point. The actual point is... multi-classing is just basically... yeah, cross-class skills is just basically... multi-classing. Okay. Yeah, we still have Hammer Space, Balloon Animal Summoning, but that, at least I can immediately know what these are gonna be for. Hammer Space is the creation effect, and that it's limited to only for the bit, and Balloon Animal Summoning is summoning, which is its whole other thing there. I think the cross-class actions ran until Shadowbringers or Stormblood. Yeah, either way. But you get my point. You get my point. Okay. At the very least, well, hey, it's not entirely done, but I've shown off how to make a power in Mutants and Masterminds, and showed one that is pretty interactive, and has a lot of moving parts to it. So, that's very good. I now also learn you can stack modifiers and flaws onto it. Which is very important to know, because my players, I don't know what my players are gonna pick. I know what one of my players is gonna do. Rex gave me his quirk idea very quickly, which I can even fetch it right now. Quirk. Yeah, so the quirk that he came up with for his character is, he calls it Half Dead. He has the power to turn... Many of my good ideas start out as jokes. I mean, actually, no, like, this seems like an actually, like... This seems like an actually, like, interesting, like, way to play a character in the game. So, it was a little bit of an exercise for me. Make a clown character based off of your joke here. So, yeah. I'll ask you guys in the Discord as well, like, hey, if you've got art for a hero character that you have in mind, or a villain, and you have an idea for a character concept, shoot it my way, and I will work with it. Cause I need to have a lot of fucking characters. Because it's fucking My Hero Academia in America. But yeah, the power that Rex went with is he has the power to turn his astral body, spirit, soul, or whatever, into something solid and projected, letting him do ghost punches from across the room, manipulating objects, sending his ghost eyes and ears out to scout, and even project his complete ghostly form consciousness outward. But the catch when he does so is that his real body basically becomes a mindless zombie, super strong, which sounds like a bonus, but also super dumb, and basically just a creature of instinct. He can do cool ghost things like possess people, but his real body is left either basically defenselessly or in a zombie rage if anyone provokes it. That is a very complex power, but I at the very least can like help him hone in on like effects. I want to make it an announcement. I don't think it's like announcement worthy, cause like I've got you as someone who actually cares to talk in the Discord. Azure knows TTRPG stuff and anime and manga. Nara knows. Like, I can also ask Argent when she and I get ready for stuff. Like, I can ask people, but making an announcement, like, I already know like 90% of the server has it muted because of the @everyone's. But yeah, I'll wrap up making Clown Guy at another point. Because we still got some PowerPoints left to do, but it is nearly 10:30, and the ad break is threatening to happen. So, let's see about looking at interesting characters and share them, I guess. Yeah, like if you've got like good art for like modern day superhero / My Hero Academia, or like an anime character that would fit in America, by all means, just put it in like wherever in the D&D channel. Well, D&D channels, which aren't one or the other. Okay. Let's see. But that'll about do it for tonight. So, yeah, let's go raid Neon. So, raid 1, raid 2. Alright, I think I got some good progress done today for the things I need to do. So I thank you all for being here. I thank you for watching. I thank you for chatting. I thank you for stopping by both on Twitch and on YouTube. I appreciate all of you. Tomorrow's gonna be Rogue Trader with Argent. Surprise, surprise. Wednesday is gonna be Monster Hunter with Azure Alex and Silver Witch. Friday is gonna be, we're gonna be doing all of Story 2 and the epilogue of Wave to You, Story 2 in Nikkei. I look forward to seeing y'all there. You guys have a good night, a good day tomorrow, and a good rest of your week. I will see you then. Bye-bye, everybody.
A spell, because it does extra lightning.
All right, man, load your weapon.
Lucky!